Okay, greetings and welcome, family, to magnets, crystals, pyramids on this full moon cycle. This show is called Womb Full Moon Wisdom. So it's essentially going to be a circle of womb keepers, not head heavy, but womb centric, beautiful sisters, young, not so young. And before we begin, let us focus on our I am within our hearts. I want to thank everyone for being born. Thank you for being alive. Thank you for being a part of this show tonight. And as we look into the past, we say, yes, I am forgiving all souls from our past lives. And yes, I am asking all souls to forgive me. And most of all, I forgive myself. And as we turn our consciousness into the here and now, we say, yes, I am forgiving all present souls, great and small, round and tall. And I ask that all souls forgive me. And most of all, I forgive myself. And may this show, this program, be guided by ascended masters, Black Madonna, Mother Mary, Lady Buddha, Lady Krishna, Yeshua. May Archangel Michael protect all our family, friends, and loved ones, all our nieces and nephews. We ask the presence of Sanat Kumara, Enoch the Ethiopian who ascended into the heavens. We ask the latest Christ born in the Congo, Simeon Toko, the latest ascended master from Senegal, Sheikh Amadou Bamba, gatekeeper of Northern California, Mount Shasta, entrance into the hollow earth. We thank you and invite you. And with that being said, we salute you. And I'm going to be the producer in the background. I might come forward a little bit to say a little something, something. But without further ado, I want to bring on Karu. I want to bring on Tonya and sisters. Welcome to Magnus Crystals Pyramids. Welcome, Khadija. Welcome, Karu. Khadija, could you turn your phone sideways so you could be full screen?
Okay.
And Karu, your screen is looking good. And Ojeyemi, we can't see you, but if you turn your screen sideways also, it will be full screen. So without further ado, let us begin this full moon program.
I don't know why you can't see me.
Because you ain't got no lights on.
Oh, okay. I like the
You got to
dark.
twist the light bulb. Family, wherever you may be, put it in the comment sections. Greetings from London, wherever you are on the planet, in the states, city, country, whatever island you may be on, let us know in the comment section because it's filling up already. And we're bringing on, what's her name? Tiana Hall. All right, Tiana Hall, you got to turn on your video so that we can get in the flow. Brooklyn, New York. Okay, Tiana, you need to turn on your
Tanya.
video. Tanya, you still got to turn on your video, Tanya. You know, we have passed the days. Oh, look at you. Glad to see you, girl. That's a Sag. We got two Sages. And we got a Gemini. No, we got three Sages in here. I'm gonna have to back up a little bit because there's three Sages. And let me see, who's this with the Ankh and no face? Divine
That's
Destiny.
Tanya. High Priestess Amenset.
Okay, if she's the high priestess, let's see your face. We know what the Ankh looks like. Come on now. This is the full moon, y'all. So wherever you are, please place in the comments. I'm going to be producing this show. I want to thank you, Ojeyemi, Gemini lady, for inspiring me to say, you know what? We need to do a show. I want to thank you too, Divine Destiny, because it was the two of y'all that started this full moon fire. And then I had to call Khadija and Karu. And ladies, the world needs to hear your words, your womb-centric words, because things are kind of crazy out here in the cosmos. So, Ojeyemi,
Yes.
talk to us. I'm gonna back up a little bit so that the yin energy can flow. Do y'all like those stars in the sky, or do you want some water?
For me,
Water.
Yeah, water,
water, water.
water. Oh, somebody's voice sounds nice. They say water, water, por favor, un momento.
Yes.
Yeah, let me get that water going, and put up the Chinook, also known as the cartouche. How's that look?
Yes.
All
Yes.
right.
Yes.
Okay. So yeah, family. Um, full moon time. Y'all get busy. I'm gonna be listening closely. I'm just gonna fall back because I want to see what it's like to see a circle of goddesses on a full moon.
This got started when I spoke to Sister Divine. Um, the moon is our mother. She governs everything that we do. She's water. And when we are truly in the flow and in the harmony of the currency, then we're in the flow and the harmony of life. Uh, so often we don't have a truly understanding of the no moon, new moon, and full moon. All new endeavors should start at the new moon. By the time the full moon comes, that's to see if you've, how should I say, what your creation has brought forth. The post taker is the third quarter to see where you are, to see how far your creation has come. And by if your creation hasn't come by the full moon, then you start all over again. The new moon, the no moon is the most powerful season of the moon. You have no moon, new moon, first quarter, second quarter, third quarter, full moon. When the moon is no, new, and full, our diet should change. We should eat lightly. Also, we should monitor our thoughts, our words, our actions, and our deeds, and our reactions. When that moon is coming in, we should be in a state of harmony because whatever state we're in, when that moon comes in, is how our life is going to be for as long as that moon is in season. So often we were not told about the moon. But if you come from an indigenous culture and you practice indigenous practices, they know all about the moon and they govern their lives according to the moon. The full moon affects the mental. And if you talk to people like captains of ships and people who own ships and the boat and the moon is full, they'll tell you how the water, how it affects the water. So the moon affects our cycle. The moon affects us because she's our mother. I was listening to, I can't pronounce his name, but it's King Maponga. And he was talking about when a baby is 3 months old and she's a daughter, they take the baby out when the moon is half full, and they raise that baby up and tell that baby that this is your mother. So the moon is our mother. She's our cosmic mother. But in order to be in tune with our cosmic mother, we have to be in tune with our birth mother. And being in tune with our birth mother allows us to be in tune with ourselves, our womb, our heart, our mind, and everything. That's the harmony rhythm. So I'll yield the floor.
So I had
Happy full moon.
channeled
We
some
say
messages.
happy
Can you
full
all
moon,
hear me
everyone.
okay, or is it an echo?
I don't hear.
You can't hear me?
Oh, I can hear you. I can hear
Oh,
you.
Yes, we can hear you.
Mhm.
okay. I just wanted to make sure. So I've channeled some messages with the moon of what everyone here is watching should know or be aware of. And me and sister, she inspired me when she was mentioning things like womb manifestation, like manifesting with your womb, being able to call in what it is that you truly want and desire right now. This is literally the time. There is like a portal that is actually open right now. That way, if you can focus your attention and your love on what you truly desire right now, and like ask for it from your gut, from your womb, 3 times, how you will be able to allow that to come into your experience. And we also spoke about how the ears look like a womb. So you want to make sure that what you are putting in your womb is something that is of a high vibration, natural, and very organic, so that you will be able to receive the messages that's being sent to you now from the universe, letting you know that you have already had everything that you need is already inside of you, that you don't have to go outside yourself. It's just all about coming back to the root of who you are. We also discussed about being grounded versus rooted. You don't want to be grounded, you want to be rooted like the tallest tree, right? And be able to connect with nature, because then you could connect with some of our ancestors and remember who you are. So there's a lot of mind manipulation going on out here. There's a lot of distractions, for some of you all, because, there's a lot of people. She mentioned the cosmic mother. And that is actually a message I had channeled earlier that came out. And that is signifying that the universe lies inside of you. It's already inside of you, but there's people that don't believe it because there's too many distractions around that is taking them away from who they truly are. So you have to be able to have that awareness of knowing. And then we also pulled a couple of cards for you all. And the first one that came out that really stood out was divine talents. And that's also a representative of the number 39. So some of you all may be seeing 39. The universe speaks to us through numbers. So it's like you want to kind of pay attention to those numbers because that's one of the ways that they communicate. And now some of you all may be like a musician or have been wanting to get into music, and it's like you want to kind of use this moon energies to allow yourself to really step into your true divine gifts and abilities that you have. And I was asking for one oracle card because I didn't want to talk too long, but there was a few others that came out, which is orbs of light. And I'm just gonna the divine talents. I want to read for you all what is in this book, and then I'm gonna pass the tag along. But I just want to let you know that you all have orbs of light around you as well. And if, for those who don't know what orbs are, you may see them in like a photograph. It's like this little green dot or a little white dots or something that surrounds you. Those are actually like angels and spirits that is sending you this light energy. And you could get yourself in tune with that energy and be able to really call in what it is that you want during this time, because this is it's really good energy that surrounds us this time. So, spirit is wanting you to, what did they tell me? They said we have to bring people from the never land, which is the land of illusions, living a lie, being inauthentic, and bring you back to the promised land, your true land, where you are in your royalty and know where you come from and know how to be, and and things of that nature. Okay. So with divine talents, I'm gonna just read this really quick, then I'm gonna pass the chair. But these are the messages that has come through me straight from the universe with these moon energies. Okay. So when it comes to your divine talents, this is letting you know that you are a talented soul. Whoever this resonates, this message is for literally everyone that is on this live. You are a talented soul. Over many lifetimes, you have developed your spiritual abilities to channel higher awareness, attract healing energy, and radiate light to uplift the consciousness of those around you. Your divine talents are many and uniquely expressed through you. Your talents do not have to resemble those of another to have their own inestimable value. Do not be afraid to use them. Divine talents are a way in which the universe reminds us of what we are here to do. Divine talents are unlimited. They include the ability to channel spiritual guidance and healing energy, to perceive clairvoyantly, and be psychic and empathetic. So, of course, some of you out here do have, the gifts of clairvoyance and clairaudience and is aware of this in your psychic abilities. And for some of you, you are waking up to this and is ready for you to receive your gifts so that you can help to raise the vibration of our planet. And you could do that by using these moon energies right now. So there are other spiritual talents. Other spiritual talents are the ability to release earthbound spirits, earth healing techniques, such as working with energy grids, as well as the healing ability with crystals and the many varied technologies of light. Some of you are being called to work on the grid, the energy grids. This is a confirmation for you. There are other spiritual talents too. This includes writing, performing, sound healing, dancing to awaken awareness, creating art, photography, or divinely inspired tools and jewelry. Cooking food that heals the body and spirit is a spiritual talent. We need this food. For those of you who have a restaurant or things of that nature, cook food that heals the body and the spirit. We really need that in this time to be able to feed our womb so that she can be activated and then you'll be able to trust her more. And as the abilities bring people together, it offers comforting and inspiring words at the right time to help others overcome fear and feel more at peace in moments of importance and more. So you can use your talents in your career as a healer, or you may already do this. Some of you may be healers in your work in the corporate world or at the stay-at-home role as a parent, helping to raise more consciousness, secure, and empowered children. That's another thing that we need. We need to be able to help our children, save our children, and protect them, and make sure that they are being raised in a home where they are conscious, secure, and empowered, meaning they are to only eat food that is healthful for their body and spirit. Our babies need this. Let's help them out. All right. So this is just like a strong message through this moon that we need to just come together. We are creating a container right now. This is powerful right now. Okay. So this is what we're going to hold this space, because we over here seeing news of what these babies are doing. And I'm like, it's an illusion. We're not about to play into that. But what we're going to do is we're going to make sure that our children is conscious and aware, and have the love and a mental fortitude to do what they need to do as well. Okay. That's what I have for now.
Ashe.
Thank Ashe.
Mm-hmm. I guess I'll speak. I am Karu Marie Defontes Ill. I'm a holistic therapist, birth worker, and educator at the Healers University. This is Happy Full Moon, everyone. Happy Full Moon. I'm sorry, say that.
Full moon.
I think you're on mute, Khadijah.
Oh. Can anybody?
Oh, it's coming in and out. Okay, you're not on mute anymore. Check your reception. Turn your volume up. While she's finding her volume, I'm deeply inspired. Sister, please, if I'm mistaking your name, please forgive me. Ojeyemi.
Yes.
Sister Mama was talking about, indigenous cultures, and in reference to the moon. And it's very important that we know, we get to like really understand our story, right? The story of our ancestors and the connection that we have as melanated divine women, with our natural resources, with the great mother, with our ancestors, with our foremothers, right? And that does come with trauma, right? And it comes with a lot of stories. We're very ancient people, And over time, we've lived through so many different narratives and so many different stories. And this isn't an easy, path sometimes. But with the proper education, and the proper studies and understanding of who we are, you can understand why things are. I find it in a lot of womb work that I've done and the experiences that I've had with different people that have worked with me, that there's, again, it's a lot of trauma that's connected, right, to our womb stories, right? And so knowing and understanding what our womb is saying, and knowing the indigenous stories of the creation stories of the moon and the sun, right? And how that affects us now and how that's relevant. Um, in my early beginnings, I came across some a lot of indigenous studies where it's a goddess named Ishel, indigenous goddess of the Americas, right? Of here, very indigenous, very melanated. Let's not get it twisted. Um, and at one time, the sun and the moon, according to indigenous studies, were one, right? And because of the differences between the sun and the moon, the sun being very masculine and at times can be very forceful and very aggressive, the moon she had to breathe a little bit. She had to separate herself. She wanted to find her own journey. And on the travels of her separating herself from the sun's energy, she came across in trying to find, her place in this world. She came across many different gods, right? Many different forces, like the vulture god, and different gods of nature and forces of nature who she, partnered with. And um, going to them for refuge and for, support and things that bring relief. She didn't find relief in that. She found more, of what she's experienced already. And so, and her traveling all the way across, time, right? For her to become the moon, for her to come out, when the sun isn't out, she found it in this space that it was truly her healing, right? Her really finding who she is, right? Her power. And she found that through separating herself, right, to go within. And I know one of the sisters on here said, if you go within, you will never be without. And right now we're not only in a full moon, right, which is the perfect time to release, right, the perfect time to let go, but we're also in a full moon in Capricorn. And so Capricorn gives us, right, this, Capricorn is father time, right? It's Saturn dealing with time, dealing with cycles, dealing with patterns, dealing with structuring and rigidity, right? So, you know, this time is calling for us, especially us coming on here speaking about, who we are as women and our wombs and our ancestors and our foremothers. This is a time this time is calling for us to release, right? Release things that old beliefs, right? Old wounds, right? Ancestral um, norms or practices that just aren't working for us, especially in our bodies, right? Through our bodies and in our homes and how we live day to day. Okay. It's time to let go. It's time to let go of people we've been holding on to, especially if it's like people who are older than us. I know right now I'm going through something where I lost a mentor, right? And understanding that it's okay, because Capricorn also calls for us to reclaim things that have been long overdue for us, right? So it's a really good time to step back, right? Figure out what it is that's not working for us, what it is that we've been holding on to, that rigidity for so long because of fear or because of trauma, and then move forth and say, what is it that we're here to reclaim? Okay. And we're all on here today, all of these beautiful women, with each other and with everyone on the live, um, feeding you guys, feeding everyone important information and education, which goes into that reclamation work, right? You're here for a reason. You're here to get something, to gain something, and whatever it is, this is for you to take. This is for you to reclaim whatever it is that your angels, your spirits, your guardians, and your ancestors are telling you that whatever time it is for you, that's the time. This is the time now. Again, Saturn deals with, and Capricorn deals with time, right? And so we're on this call and we're talking about healing energies, healing our womb. We know that, well, some of us may not know, but when your grandmother was pregnant with your mom, she was also pregnant with you, right? So some of us, we are carrying a lot of stuff. We're not carrying just our stuff. We're carrying our mother's stuff. We're carrying our grandmother's stuff. We're carrying things that um, probably feel like burdens, right? Probably are unexplained, right? Mysterious. We can feel it. We can't identify it sometimes, right? And so don't be afraid, to sit and talk to the woman in your family, young, older, and just express yourself. Things come out that way, right? Clarity comes out. Like, don't keep anything, in your head. Release the rigidity, release whatever it is that you need to express. I strongly feel in this time right now, just in the work that I do, that there's just a lot of unexpressed things just across the board. And one of the sisters had mentioned there's a lot of manipulation happening, mental manipulation happening. And a lot of us is suffering in silence, right? So this time is calling for you to reach out to someone, to speak up, right? That's the only way you're going to reclaim anything. It's the only way that you're going to get your justice. It's the only way that judgment can fall where it needs to fall. And it's the only way you can really release, right? It's a start, a big start. So that's just my 2 cents, okay? It's my 2 cents. And I'm glad I'm on here today.
Could I piggyback on something you were saying, sis? What's your name again? I didn't catch your name.
K-Roo?
K-Roo?
Mm-hmm.
As well as in our bloodline, there's more than just trauma in our bloodline. In our bloodline, we have gifts.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes we focus more so on the trauma and we miss the gifts. So in healing the trauma, we have to look for the gifts. We have to look for not only what our mother went through, our grandmother, it's 7 generations in our wombs. But our bloodline carries gifts. Our bloodline carries keys, a frequency, and a harmony. And when we look for that, we will find that. But we can find that from going within. But the womb carries everything. Not only she's beyond trauma. Queen of Afua has a song, and the name of the song is I can't think of it, but she talks about healing the womb from pain, disease, heart, from everything. But when you heal your womb, you heal the world. It is our womb that carries life. It is our womb that does everything. But it's more than just trauma in her. So a lot of times we focus on the trauma and we forget about the other things. She carries the conversation. She will speak to us. She will let us know what's going on. She has an intuition. There's no such thing as manifestation. It's wombfestation. So a lot of times we focus on the trauma, and I'm just saying we forget about all the other things that she has. And the sister talked about portals. That's the portal. Our womb, our vagina, is the portal. It's the gateway. She's heaven. So a lot of times, yeah, we do have trauma. But if you have 7 generations in you, you're going to have some trauma. But it's beyond the trauma because she has gifts. She has keys. She sings a song. She has a harmony. She has a rhythm. There's a song called The Secret Garden. That's all about our womb. So I yield the floor.
I just want one thing. I wholeheartedly agree. I wholeheartedly agree. Just matching up with the seasons that we um, and in the work that I've and people that are coming in my space particularly, and in the work that I do, I'm seeing all these gifted people, right? Like supernatural gifts, right? Beautiful gifts. But I think that a lot of us are rushing into the gifts and not remembering to release, right? And so what's happening is a distortion. And just a lot of doesn't make sense, confusion, right? Like, yeah, we need to step into our gifts and bring our gifts and celebrate our gifts. But there's some type of disconnect, especially if you're not in touch with the ancestors that are bringing these gifts through, especially if you don't know how to unlock it, right? I'm just seeing that so much. I'm seeing that so much in just the time that we're in now, next week when we're in another cycle, it might be something different. But over the last couple of months, I've been experiencing a lot of women with hormonal issues, right? Which creates auric holes, right? And when you have auric holes, things get in, to your force field. And so when you mix, the two, sometimes it could be a little bit toxic, and we just need a purge. Like, I feel like we're going through a purge, but at the same time, we have to give ourselves permission so that, our guides and our, helpers can facilitate that, Um, and, we see right now everything that's happening in the world. A lot of us have normalized severe stress, right? So we don't even know that we're walking around with, so much on us because we're used to moving these ways. And I feel like right now the time is calling for us to say, like, it's okay. It's okay to let that go so that you can bring more of your gifts in. It's okay to let that go so you can have more downloads. It's okay to let that go so that you can bring older ancestors closer to you, because some ancestors just aren't going to mess with you if you are living a certain way or you have too many unhealed traumas, right? And I've been seeing that, like, people get triggered because of unhealed traumas, period, and so just filling in those holes a bit. And I'm a testimony for myself. I jumped in, when I was younger. I took all of these classes, went to these schools, and did all this stuff. And I moved strongly into my gifts, not, knowing how to release properly and not properly cleaning and not properly, expressing myself and not knowing how to do that. Not even, putting out there, to the universe, okay, creator, okay, ancestors, show me how to receive, right? And I was taught how to receive through letting go. And that was big, because there are things that we pick up. Sister was talking about the things that we hear, right? And sound healing is so important, because when we're walking through the streets every day, we can't help some of the things that we hear, especially if you live in certain places. You're going to hear some crazy stuff, so it's important to detox, your eardrums, and that all that stuff is going into our head. And sometimes you don't even know that you're hearing things. You don't even know that you're hearing certain things because you just got so used to, like, blocking things out, but that doesn't mean it's not coming in. So just right now, like, our gifts are extremely important, but I think the disconnect is, like, what's disconnecting us from moving higher into the gifts is that, that release. And sometimes we do have to go back and recall, right? In order to really be clear on, okay, where we need to work on and what we need to release. So I'm not disagreeing with you. I just see that, the people that are coming my way now, that's been an issue, and what the time and what time we're in according to astrology. Now I know it, everything I base astrology on, but there's no coincidences either that we're dealing with Capricorn, which is so rigid, which holds on. It's very masculine, right? And we're dealing with Cancer at the same time, right? Which is very feminine and it's about the home. And so when you bring them together, it's that perfect balance, of, give and take and holding on and, letting go, right? And understanding, how to do that and giving yourself permission to do that and knowing that it's okay to do that and setting up a sacred space and a safe space to do that, So that's my 2 cents on that. And I thank you because this
Right.
conversation is
And
very
I understand, but I think I just know that when I say we have gifts, our bloodline has a gift, that doesn't necessarily mean that gift could be a song. That gift could be a dance. Our ancestors would not allow us um, to fail.
right.
There's no way that our ancestors, who we know our bloodline, would not allow us to fail. They're going to make sure the mothers, the energy that's being restored back to this planet, will not allow us to fail. The mothers know exactly what our needs are. They're going to make sure that our needs are met. Now, can we pay attention to that? Can we pay attention to what they're actually saying? Because love is being returned back to this planet. Sure, we need to heal because it's taking place. As you see, it's taking place. Now, we could facilitate an even deeper healing because when you heal your womb, do you know how many other wombs get healed? So, for me, life is a bowl of cherries. I choose what cherries I want, but my own creator. So, when something is my trauma, we all have trauma. We all have something in common. Each sister on this call has experienced the same trauma. But I've learned when you're doing wound work, when you're doing healing medicine, guess what? Whatever trauma you have, those people are going to come to you. Like it's just how it's just how the universe is set up. So whoever you're working on, there's a degree of shared trauma, shared karma. We are going to we come to transcend, to transform, and transmute all of this back to our divinity, back to our sacredness. You talked about the moon and the sun. It is the moon that birthed the sun. She birthed the sun. We come from the mother of birth. We were here before anything was here. The mother energy was here. And she's being returned. She's here now. Only thing we got to do is open our arms up to receive her because she's waiting for us. She's waiting on us. And the ancestors, I know for sure, are not going to allow us to fail. This is what I tell people all the time. How could you give your energy something you don't see when you have a whole slew of your grandmother, big mama, nana, my dear, who was there for you? And if you call upon them, if you talk to them, they're going to assist you. They're going to make sure that they help you. That's that's what they do. That's what they're there for. And a lot of us might not know how to appropriate them, how to praise them, or how to talk to them. But if you truly are in tune with your ancestors, you're not going to fail. They're not going to allow you to fail. And they're going to bring forth the healing that you need. They're going to send somebody to you. Pay attention when you had a need or you called out for something. You got a phone call from somebody, you got something in the mail. So therefore, our mamas will not allow us to fail. Our mamas is gonna make sure that we have everything that we need. That's how powerful they are. That's how powerful the sisterin are. When I heal my womb, I'm healing wounds in my bloodline. It just takes one. The gifts will go away, but the fruits, we're producers, we're fruit, are here forever. We carry the ashe and the power. Can we see it? Can we feel it? Can we taste it? Can we touch it? Our wounds is so powerful that we were able to have life without penetration, without sexual intercourse. Known fact. Known that we was the oracles, the oraculum, the priestess, and the prophetess. That was us. We have forgotten who we are. We are the most powerful thing on this planet. And you mentioned the divine feminine and the divine masculine. The feminine is the heart, the love. The masculine is the logic and the mind. And when you bring them both together, that's the marriage. That gives us the power to melanated sistering. It's nothing we can't achieve, nothing we can't do, nowhere we can't go. We have to know who we are with the trauma, with all of it. Because if you don't have some type of trauma, how, you have to experience things in life. We choose our birth parents, we choose our experiences. It's chosen before we come here. Are we going to heal from that? Of course, if you want to. Look at, the distractions are there to keep you from seeing who you are. That's the only reason they're there. Now, guess what? Because those distractions are there, don't mean that you have to buy into that. We have a choice. And when you choose something that doesn't feel right for you, there's a voice that says, you get a feeling, oh no, this don't feel right. But a lot of times we don't pay attention to that. Our mothers will not allow us to fail. The distractions are just what they are. We will not fail. Our mamas is not going to want us to suffer. But they got to make sure that they assist us and help us. Only thing we got to do is say, okay, a let and allow. Surrender. Give it to them. The sister circle is big enough to handle anything.
No,
Oh my.
can't hear you.
I mean, she hit it right on the head. I mean, like for me, it's love. I was speaking to someone earlier today that, a lot of people are afraid to truly let love in, to receive love, and it's like you want to do what feels good. Because when it feels good, it's authentic, that it's true, that it's you know that's your womb. Like, yes, this is the path you're living. This is what you're supposed to be doing. If it don't feel good, it's inauthentic. It is that logic, it's that ego, and it's uncomfortable. It is not true. It is not real. That is not who you truly are. So you want to always turn to love and feel that love from the mother, because Dr. B. Serious, he mentioned that our hearts is like a distribution center. So if you close your heart off by not you closing your heart off to abundance, to your gifts, to your healing, to your help, to your prosperity, you could only accept it through love, through your authenticity, through your joy, through having fun. So, you know, choose love, spread love, give love, receive love, open your heart. A lot of people, that's why there's people coming, because they're not open to receive the love, to receive the help. We have to open our hearts. We have to trust our mothers. We have to remember who we are. We have to trust our womb and stop ignoring it. We have to take breaks. We have to go play. We have to have fun. We have to love on ourselves. We have to take ourselves out on dates.
So can I ask a question? Just being facetious, right? So I wholeheartedly agree. But I want to ask, when someone, because I know we have all different types of people listening, right? And I get these questions, and sometimes it's not even a questions that I get, but I'll intuitively feel that when I connect people with this information, and I know we're just doing, a show right now, but what I find it is that, I think I was telling Brother Hank earlier, years ago, right? A sister called me and she's like, I met this person, and this person is different from me, right? And I just wanted to know, what do you feel about this? And so my reaction was what anybody would probably say. Oh, if if you feel good, if you feel like you're in love, if you feel like this is what your ancestors is telling you, then go for it, right? But we're living in a space that people are confused. They don't know what love is, right? They think that what they're feeling is feeling good, but they're a little toxic. You get what I'm saying? It's feeling better than the last situation, right? So, they think that it's their ancestors they listening to, but their diets is all crazy. So it's another consciousness working right there. So when we say those things, right, what do we mean by that? Right? Like, when you say connect to your mom and connect to your ancestors, right? And then people are like, well, I connect to my ancestors because, I've done, I don't know, I've done, say happy birthday on my grandmother's birthday, which is connecting, right? But again, then they didn't do nothing for the next year and a half or 2 years, and they forgot about their other answers. Like, what does this mean, right? What does this mean? How do I trust my mom when my mom, abused me, right? Or how do I love when I feel cold, right? When my womb is cold, like, so, everything. Again, I agree with everything, but I feel like that has to be broken down a little bit, right?
Yeah,
Because
absolutely.
it's so big,
It is. And, and my answer to that will always be self-love. Because it's like, yeah, we have, because I was actually speaking to my mother how, as a little girl, when she would yell at me for things, I would cry to her and say, you don't love me. So it's like I grew up not feeling or knowing what true love was, when I knew that I'm here to feel love. So I had to learn myself. I had to turn to myself and fall in love with myself and reconnect with myself. And that started with setting healthy boundaries. That was saying no, and that is a complete sentence, not explaining myself. Saying yes to things that I only wanted to, not out of obligation or I feel like I have to. So it was like a step-by-step process, and it really starts with you going inside of yourself. Now, see, Hank is telling us to introduce ourselves to. I saw that message a few times, and so we have to make sure we do that. But yes, it actually, it starts with us going within and trusting ourselves, because the reason why is the lack of forgiveness, because our parents didn't know. It was like a toxic cycle of, just going from generation to generation, when people are not really holding themselves accountable, and they just being stuck in a loop. They all doing the same thing. It's the lack of love. It's the argue. So somebody got to break in. That's us. We got to put our foot down and be like, no, no more. Like, so with my children, they grew up with love, self-love. I'm teaching them self-love. I tell them, tell me the things you love about yourself. Tell me about you. Because that is not what I had when I grew up. But I forgive my mother, whether I got an apology or not. And I had to forgive myself for being hard on myself.
Yeah, thank you.
You're very welcome.
Yeah. No, I just, when I talk to people, sometimes people don't ask, right? That's, we have those type of blockages sometimes, right? Where
Yes.
we don't ask, or we don't know to ask, right? That's a part of a trauma we could have, right?
Yes.
And we can send like the lady that I spoke to years ago. We send them on their way and say, oh, well, if you feel good, then it's good, right? And then years later, I meet her and him, and it was like she was clearly oppressed. You get what I'm saying? But she thought that it was good because her idea of good was so very tangible, right? Until she moved into it, and then she said, well, hey, it was better than what my mom did, right? Because my mom is living with, so on and so forth, and she's went unmarried and so on, so I say that to say, we got to break these things down a little bit more.
I agree.
We
But
definitely.
if you ask somebody something and they say that it feels right for them, what can you do with that? You have to accept that.
Yeah, it's
It might,
true. I feel
if
like
you,
sometimes people really don't know, right? They really don't know. They don't know really what to pay attention for, right? Especially
okay,
depends on what type of background you came from, right?
okay, I agree. But
You
if
know,
someone makes a choice, sis, no matter what we think that choice is right or wrong, who am I to say what's right for you or what's wrong for you? I don't have that right. If you ask me, if I say, well, sis so and so, y'all, well, it feels good for me, I have to accept that. Now, I might think it's toxic, or I might not think it's the right thing, but I can't go against what you feel. I don't have that right.
and that's how I felt. That's how I felt back then. I felt I gave it a generic, well, if you feel good, it's good. But then years down the line, when I moved not too far from her, I said, hey, sis, she asked me, she says, sis, I want to learn herbs. I want to learn this. I want to learn that. And, you know, everybody's different, right? I've never been, I'm a Sag, I'm a fire sign,
Mhm.
we say it, like it
Right.
is at times. And so I seen where the blockages was, right? So I said, she asked, right? She did ask me. And I said, whoa. And then I thought about years prior, to where I said, hey, and where she actually valued my opinion, as the
Mhm.
leader, people, they look to us, right? And what we say is important, right? And
Well,
so we don't have to say we don't accept that, and we don't have to say that. We could just say, hey, let's talk about boundaries, or how do you feel about this, or what's
mhm.
going on, or there are other ways we can go about that, and
Yes.
we do have.
You could always give it back to them. How do you
I
feel about
always
that?
feel like I'm my sister's keeper. At the same
Right.
time, I would
Yes.
want someone, if I'm asking someone like, hey, what do you feel about this? Especially if we got to look behind things sometime, right?
Mm-hmm.
So when another sister asks, or anybody asks us our opinion, there's some doubt. There's something that might be going on, right? Because if you're 100% confident that what you're doing and how you're doing it is exactly what you want and how you want it, there's sometimes you're not going to find, you're not, those people are generally not going to ask, you get what I'm saying, certain questions.
I want
Well,
So
to
some
I
of
want
us are comfortable making decisions, and some of us are not comfortable making decisions.
I want to interject. The elders, sisters, the big sisters that have the most solar dances around the sun. Introduce yourselves on magnets, crystals, pyramids, down to the young mamas. And I'm backing out.
Can anybody hear me?
yes, we can hear
Yes, it
you.
can be now.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure. So I'm not ready to talk yet. I'm listening. I'll let you know when.
Khadija, you're the youngest one. Sister Bacola, could you please introduce the audience, the sisters, to who you are and all the gifts you come with?
Greetings, peace and love. I am Piccola Kusaril, and let me begin with my left, to the left. The more brightest, that's to my left. What is your appellation? What is your name? She got the baby in the background. Can you hear me? You have to unmute yourself.
Peace and love, peace and love. How are you? How are you guys? My name is Emilola, and I am a person that I would like to say that I sit on gold mines because I cannot fully sit here and share like particular gifts, like what I'm doing, like as far as am I in the herbal or tantra healing work. All these things are natural, but I haven't necessarily honed it like really, really, how a lot of my sisters and brothers have like and made it like a lifestyle, like as far as having clients and everything. So I can't say that, but I am a student. I'm definitely a student of life, and someone who's honing more into who she is as opposed to sitting on gold mines, because when you don't use your gifts that the creator is giving unto you, you're sitting on gold mines. That's what you're doing. So I am in the process of stepping out of that to shine. So that's who I am right now. Hi.
Thank you.
Greetings.
Amara Hanson, the micless mobitis. You can actually speak now. I think we can hear
Uh,
you.
I so
Uh-oh.
I
Sister, come a little closer if you can hear us. Come a little closer to the mic.
you still can't hear me.
Now you can. Now you're broadcasting.
Can hear
You're kind of going in and out. So the closer you are, the more we're able to hear you.
me. Okay. What about now? I might have to. Oh
You're
God.
good. You're good right there. Continue to talk. I think you're good right there.
Okay. My apologies. I don't know what's going on with my phone. Maybe it's the area I'm in. But so
Are you speaking,
I
Amara?
yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah. You might
Uh,
be in an awkward position, but whatever you're doing, if you just continue to talk in that posture, we can actually hear you.
Okay.
But when you're moving the phone, we can't hear you.
Okay. So all right. So right now I this is so awkward because the way I have to hold it, I can't really see myself.
I know.
Okay. So
Sorry.
I am a international yoga instructor. I teach yoga, and I also have taught children after school. I was with a Healthy Harlem program that taught kids how to make smoothies. Demonstrated like different types of preparate like pepper we prepped like different types of meals that were healthy. It's just like a little nice little after school program for the children.
Okay.
So I've done that, and I am, right now I'm doing consultation readings. I do it with regular playing deck cards. I actually um, been doing it for a while, and um, and I'm doing it because it really came from our ancestors, our elders that used the instead of using the tarot cards, they used regular plain deck cards, and um, and that's how they were able to read and give reading consultations to whoever needed like advice or whoever needed to see what whatever questions they needed to know, like clarification or whatever they needed. Um, they would use the regular plain deck card. But I don't know if anyone have heard of cartomancy. If you haven't, that's what it is. That's what the elders used to use. Um, so I'm doing that as well. I do a little bit of everything. I try to keep
Okay,
myself busy.
great.
But I also know that women, we do need to come to a point where, like, we do need to like connect with ourselves, connect with our, our sacred self, because we don't get enough of that. Um, like I believe Karu mentioned something about stress, right? Karu, he had mentioned something about like we're walking around stressed and don't even realize it, and that's a problem because we have to change that for ourselves. We are disconnecting, like, and even our cycles are like feeling it. I mean, I don't know how you guys cycles are. Of course, I don't know that, but I do know that it does mess with the woman's body chemistry. Once the cycle is off, something else is off, or you know, because of the stress levels that we should not be going through. We should be having like healthy stress, not, you understand what healthy stress is, right? So we shouldn't be overly stressing about things that you know the world is giving us, and that's what we're doing. I mean, like, we're taking on a lot, and as women, we need to talk. We need to come together more, and and understand this is really healthy. Like, listening to each other and learning from one another, and growing, because that's how you grow, and that's how you understand, and that's how you start to understand your feminine, because a lot of women are so into being masculine. They don't know that they're being masculine, but they are being masculine. They don't understand how to tap into their feminine side and just be a woman and relax. And just sometimes you just have to accept that you're a woman and you're not a man. It's okay to be okay. It's okay to relax. It's okay not to be so take on that masculine energy, because we're not men. We have to be careful about that, because our bodies are very, very sacred. Our wombs are very sacred. We take on a lot. So, I mean, that's very important to understand who we are. Understand. I mean,
Amara,
yeah.
can you
Sorry.
hear me? Thank you so much. I
No,
want to move on, and I think we're
I'm
gonna.
sorry.
No,
I'm
it's
sorry.
okay. No, it's listening. Listening is important. I mean, that's what the platform is for us to share. But I just want to, I think, just give proper introduction as a brother asked. Sister Oyemiya, Oyemiya,
Ojeyemi.
Ojeyemi. Yes, can you introduce yourself and a little bit of your background, just like Amara did?
Uh, Ojeyemi is one of my names. I have several. What did I do? I'm on my path. I'm on my journey. I do womb consultations. Um, I do Reiki energy work. Um, I just believe in wholeness.
Thank you for that.
You're welcome.
Keru, Keharu.
Greetings, Sister Facola. How
Greetings,
are
sister.
you?
I am well and becoming more well as I am embraced in this wonderful circle of women.
Ashe, it's good to see you.
Thank you, thank you. So,
Well,
yeah, share.
I had did a brief earlier. I'm Kate Ruth DeFontes Ill. I'm a holistic therapist, a birth worker, ancestral healer, an educator at the Healers University. Um, and it's good to be in this space, right? Again, happy full moon. Uh, a little bit about me is, I guess that just in my everything that I described, that's about me. This is what I do every day. I speak to women and men because men have wombs too. Okay. Um, and, you know, like the sister Ojeyemi said, once you are in your womb healing, you heal all the wombs that cross your path. The whole planet shifts. So, that's what we're doing over here. And that's what I do every day. I help people shift, transform, and create breakthroughs for themselves through them coming back home, through them, understanding the mysteries in their own life, right? Through them understanding who they are, ancestrally, and it's important and it's empowering and it's inspiring and it's aspirational too. So, yeah,
And
that's what.
thank you for sharing that. Taya, Taya Nelson.
Yes, hi everyone. Greetings, Hotep. Um, I was thinking about what do I do? I, I just live. I just
Indeed.
be. Um, I have a willingness for life to help not only myself but all of my sisters that are either awake or they still sleeping, and just to let them know, that life doesn't have to be hard.
Ashe.
um, we can create. We're creatress. I love everything that I've heard, and I'm in agreement with that. But I also know that on the other side of those traumas, because you don't have to stay there, you acknowledge, release, and move on and begin to build, motivate, because everything is a cycle and it's a circle. And we gyrating and revigorating and remembering. I don't think there's nothing new under the sun. So um, I'm just grateful and thankful to be a wombstress in this sacred moment in time. I'm loving the matriarchal energy that is saying enough is enough, that love is the key, and it's here and it's open. Your heart chakra can be open if you're open to receive. We know how to give, but we have yet to learn how to receive one another, how to receive the love. And this is just a beautiful time. Right now is what we're doing right now on this call. It's important. Nothing that we do is insignificant, and it's not by um, happenstance. It's in divine order because the time and hour has come. We all heard the trumpet when it made its sound. So we're just showing up. We've been doing the work without knowing it because it just seemed like it was something we needed to do. Connect to crystals, learn about the womb, find out what the moon in relation to how it works in the body. So all that preparation, we just went before those that's coming behind us. So when this day came, we would have the information, the knowledge, and the wisdom to share, and not to say what you should do, but you can follow somebody who know where they're going, and you don't have to make those same mistakes. So beautiful wombstress, women of God, the mother, others are pleased, and I'm pleased. So I'm just happy in this sacred moment just to hear. I'm a good listener. So I got my ears on, and I'm thankful and I'm grateful for this moment. Thank you for allowing me to share.
Thank you for sharing. Thank you for being present. Divine. Divine.
Honest.
Yes.
Yes, honest.
Greetings.
I don't, can you all see me? I don't know what happened to my camera. Is it showing dark too, just like what I see, or can you see me?
Yes, only darkness.
It is. That's very interesting. Well, through this darkness, you was able to see me early. I don't know what happened. So I'm gonna
Okay.
introduce myself. Yes. And it's like I wanted when she mentioned the trumpet too, that card that I read for y'all at the beginning of this live. the angel is actually playing a trumpet, and I was gonna show it to y'all, but it's darkness. My name is Empress Divine. I'm so very grateful to be here. We send you all so much wholeness and infinite love and light and harmony and rootedness. We are highly connected to everything that is, one with all that is. And we have a lot of abilities and gifts, and we are here to bring people back to love. Okay, and so some of our gifts is like clairsentience, clairvoyance, clairaudience. We telepathy, telekinesis. We're empathic. We are healers. Very simple. We are coaches, holistic womb practitioners for the mind, body, and spirit. Very transformational energy, very rooted, just very sensitive, acceptive, and open to all of the gifts and abilities. And it's just really here in so much infinite love to just let everyone know that yes, the time is now. We are to come together and just do this and be able to help others to be able to realize that heaven has always been here. It has always been here. It's just been things in a way that has been blocking and distracting us. And if we could just get back to our feelers, to how we truly feel and be honest with ourselves, like to really be honest with ourselves. And, then we'll be able to allow ourselves to receive the love and the gifts and the blessings that the universe and the womb and the mothers and the ancestors all want to provide. Because the animals are speaking to us too, the trees, all of them are speaking to us and sending us messages through music and through numbers and through people. So we just have to stay open and just know that they are always there, listening, healing, and singing with us every step of our way.
I'm just going to come in and ask Sister Picola, could you give a little bit of history, being that we're in a muck and mire of so-called the latest in civilization? Can you give some historic origins of femininity when it was in power in
Yes, Piccola Kusar Il. I am, I didn't say who I was. I am that I am. But moreover, I have been, I was just a little earlier with a brother, and I was able to give a snippet presentation of the matriarchal principle, the power of the womb, the power, the presence, our status, from a political perspective and from a historical perspective of what role the woman, the significance of the feminine energy was. I, just because it's on my mind to say, I have to apologize if I'm looking like I have cream all over me, but on both my hands I have. Was tilling the land. I was gardening, and I ran into some either poison sumac, poison ivy, or poison oak. I'm not really sure. I've got it on my hands and my ankles, and so I'm, trying to heal up because I work. I am in the medical field also. I've been in the medical field since 1980. I currently work in the area of surgery, and I need my gifts. Can't scrub with wounds and openness. So forgive me if I keep flashing. Try not to flash my hands, but I talk with my hands. So I will let you know that as I listen to all of you speak, I was invited to the platform by Brother Hank. I had no idea that the platform was going to be, but it was of much curiosity upon invitation, and the fact that it was a matriarch group. I um, I was excited to come on, and I still am excited. I'm just trying not to be too excited. Um, but I embrace the camaraderie of feminine energy. It is a pleasure, and it's been a long time. So I have been giving. I'm examining a couple of things. I am a declared more bite. I have been working uh, very closely with a group of conscious Moors. And I'll swing this back around into the feminine side of the house for sure, because as I stated, um, I'm in an area where the masculine energy is quite overwhelming. And when one says that you want to, you know, get in your space and get in a place of healing, because we are nurturers by nature and we heal other people, we help other people, we are there. But when the time comes when you yourself need the help, then you can look 360 degrees around you, and there's not much help. And you understand. Um, Let me say that in case you didn't know, welcome to Morocco. In case you hadn't heard, welcome to Amaruka. Welcome to Tamari. Welcome to Tamerica. Welcome to a colonial system in which we are part of called America. So some of us are very conscious and we are not in a belief. A belief implies you don't know. But because we have material evidence and documentation, we know that this land was called the land of the Moors. We know. In fact, they knew in 1913 who we were as a nation. So when we talk about a nation, we talk about the motherland. We talk about a people who know their mother, a people who know their origin. Societies and so forth are built upon a nation, your cultural norms, society norms, your customs, your dress, your relationship with your husband, your relationship with your children, your upbringing. All the things are all part of a motherland. And a motherland means you know who your mother is. And so as I listen to everyone discuss their personal, private, personal, and then open uh, information and your gifts and your talents to share as mothers and matriarch, I listen to all of you, and I'm inspired. I'm inspired when I hear you, and I hear you as if it's me talking. So as they're all talking, and I was wondering to myself, like, what can I contribute to the conversation? Because for like the last 8 years, very emphatically, it has been my mission. Someone told me, one of my friends who's a seer, she says, you know, you're a warrior, right? And
Yeah.
being in the military, being in the army, I kind of always feel like a warrior. Like I have to do the right thing. I have to support the right thing. That's where I've been. So as I listen to all of you speak, I wonder to myself, do they know they are in colonialization? Do they know that for the last 300 plus years, that the system here is like an artificial womb? It's like the stories you hear about the incubator babies, how they were making babies. It's something that's not quite normal. So as we are discovering, and as I was just saying on the line, that we have, you know, internal trauma, internal drama, and we not necessarily can be our best if we have these things on us. So I've heard all of you say these things in the generational trauma. I listen to that, In fact, only an hour ago, I was sharing with someone about the alpha gene. The alpha gene is my mother. My mother was named Alpha Gene. I said they must have knew something and named her the alpha gene because it is the woman that they're still trying to figure out how did she get here. When they say that she's God, which in our for all senses we can't see how that's possible, but when they've traced from a scientific perspective every nationality within the gene of the Moabite woman or the dark-skinned melanated woman. I won't use the term black because it's derogatory. And when one comes up in consciousness, you will understand politically, black means civilly dead. So that's why I will never really ever try to play with the word black. We black people. There's no such thing as black people on the planet. The colonial system, which I mentioned to you, this is what they did. They've given you a way to describe yourself. So when we talk about getting back to the mother, getting back to the source, in the when I say I wanted to know how I can contribute my conversation when I'm in my moment, I have about 4 decks of cards too. When I'm not spread paper thin, I'm centered. I was a better place some time ago. I was in a better place, meaning intuitively, I was in a better place. But because I choose to step out of my space, my privacy, my comfort, to help the masses of people who are black, civilly dead, I've lost some of my intuition, and I go more or less by what the books say. What does the book say? What is the basis of something? I have a degree in health management, and so I go according to facts. What does the research say? What is the, and so I listen with my ears, but I know that to help the people, I have to go from source. So I'm wondering how can I contribute to the conversation? Because that intuitive side, until I slow myself down and listen with my ears, so I feel everyone. That's why I smile when I'm listening to you, because I'm like, wow, okay, yeah, I feel that. That's good energy. I feel that. That's healing. So I listen to you, and you all have been healing me, and you just don't know it as I've been listening, but trying to find my, input, my space or my place. I would say that I have to start with the fact that in this colonial system, we can go in different degrees. But when I touch the earth, and I am a Virgo, so I am an earth sign, and I am very intuitive when I want to be, but I'm very grounded also. So when I think about how to change, how to heal, how to help, it starts with the mind and deed. So for me, it starts with the mind and knowing that I'm in a colonial system here, that thieves have come into my house, or thieves have come in and raped me, and I have not allowed you into my sacred space. You've come into my home. You come into my temple. You're not wanted in my temple. So the colonial powers have come. I can't get into the history of it too deep, but for the most part, we're in a colonial system, and they've taken and opened my refrigerator and made themselves some food and gave me a portion of my food. So when we talk about how do we take control, we have to start with the mind, where we are and what was done to us. What was done, and not to be dwelling in that sewage. Understand what they have done. There's tons of evidence. I got in my car, I drove to Washington, D.C. I'm like, what are you talking about? This land is Morocco. What are you talking about? I'm an Indian. I'm an Indian. My grandparents say I'm an Indian. And, we came from Africa. I'm an Indian. And all of these traumas that are coming, all this, just hearing it, you don't know what to do. You feel whimsical. You feel like your feet is not on the ground. But I found out when I got my treaties, that evidence in front of me, the material, not ambiguous, but the material in front of me. This is the science part of me that says I need something. Yes, we grew up in belief systems, and so we're taught to not to believe in the unseen. But I got something for you on that one. We're taught to believe in the unseen and just, Father knows best. The patriarch society says, Father knows best. So when I went and found the evidence of what this land is, that's what opened my mind on how I can start healing. My healing starts with telling the truth. The healing is starting to give our people hope. The healing is to say that your state of mind and the way you think and the way you have been thinking is predicated upon the thieves in your house and what they gave to you to think. So you have the traumas. I was just speaking to, on the platform of the male female paragon. You have a patriarch society, which is very heavy. But yet, if you were to read the book, How Her Venus Rules, this one here, this one tells you the power of the woman in connection with what you're speaking about, the moon, the full moon of tonight. I haven't read all of the book. I go through pieces, different points. I bring out different points of the book. The book is worth having. And it even talks about, I don't know if you can see this small photo right here, but it is the Shriner's symbol. The Shriner's symbol is using the symbol of the moon. Above the Moabite woman's head is a sword. This is an oath that they've taken to subdue the woman. This is on our day and age right now. There's people in our day and our age right now. Their mission is to not let the woman know the power that she will. So there's a book called The Sibyls, and it talks about that the Vatis Coli, it means divining serpent. The Vatican is sitting on the sacred site of the women, of the women, a woman called the Sibyls. The Sibyls were seers. They were intuitive women. Before Christianity, centuries before Christianity, on this planet, the seers, which were women, were the ones that was giving the morals, the direction for leaders and so forth and so on. So the women were reverend. Before the Greeks, it was the women that were the seers. They subdued her. They imprisoned her. So how I was saying and I have to apologize. I always have to apologize first for using profanity, even though sometimes I use it in a semantical way of expression. I was just saying earlier is how do we go from sugar to shit? How can the woman who gives the life of everyone on the planet comes through the portal of a woman? How is it possible to go from sugar to shit? It's possible because we have declined in our station as a woman, which was high, like they say in the Nation of Islam. The woman is God. Okay, so if we are the emulation, replication of God as a creative force, how and why have we dropped so low? And that's what we are here really talking about, is how to put the woman back in her place. And in Moore Science Temple of America, they have and I wish I had it in my hands. I don't have anything in my hands. They have a picture of the woman. They have a picture of the woman being carried. Sorry, sisters. They have a picture of the woman being carried out of the water. And he's carrying the woman in his hand. Obajola is carrying a woman. And on the womb of the woman, on her womb, it says humanity. The cares of the world. You have to raise the woman up. You have to put her back in her place. In a political sense of the word, but also literally, the woman have to put herself, once she realizes that she is intentionally being subdued. Intentionally. I mentioned this to people before who haven't read the Haudenosaunee Iroquois Confederation, the Constitution. For this land, at least for the 5 tribes, the women, it's called the Haudenosaunee, the Great Peace. It's also known as the Iroquois Confederation document. Online, you can see it. It started as Article 40 or Article 44, and it tells you that the women are the progenitors of the land. The women own the land. This is Morocco, aka America. So the women own the land. This is documented, and that they are the progenitors, and that they own everything down to the soil. So when we talk ambiguously, we can really bring things back down to earth and to make it real, real. And that is healing ourselves, getting in our station, being back as leaders, back as parenting, um, understanding the role that men is supposed to have in guarding and protecting and helping mother raise up the consciousness of the nation, because that's what this is all about. The meetings that we have is about restoring the motherland. Mother has to know who mother is. So that's a glimpse of the a glimpse of the history behind it's the scene. And I'm speaking because it's not very many women that are consciously in the Moorish movement. We are Moroccans here in America, also known as Moorish Americans. And I will tell you that my grandparent was from a reservation, and she was Ananawiya, which is Cherokee, and my father's side of family was on some other reservation in South Carolina, and they were Blackfeet. So they called us Indians. An Indian is a British subject. An Indian is a ward of the state. And an Indian is the tag that the colonizers put on our people. We were never known as Indians. It's in their books that they documented. They called us black, that's in their book. They call it colored, that's in their book. They call us African American, that's in their book of what they calling us. And we have not woke up to our nationality, honoring the mother, honoring the ancestors. We have to wake up to who we are and get in our place. So the women are supposed to be in leadership in this country. And so we need the consciousness. So, yes, we came through the portal. We ourselves came through the portal. Everyone came through the portal. But we all have positions and stations. And so we should find our gifts, like the sister said. Understand who you are, but don't ignore that there's a simultaneous movement going on. And it is to restore this land back to order. Because for far too long, we've been told we came from over there. All the steps and documentation show that we were already here. So I want to just add that in. And
Thank you. Thank
you.
you. Thank you.
Sister, wow, that was profound. That was so profound and so deep and so true and so real and so rooted. That was
Mhm.
so rooted. They needed to. I pray that the people that's watching this live received that activation so that they can really be like, look, I'm not putting up with that stuff no more. Do you know this is your land?
Ashley.
Come on.
Mother,
Ashe.
mother
And
needs the help.
Coca-Cola, like I could definitely, I'm with you, when you say that when we got to go back into spaces where people don't just identify as black, but they're so attached to it, right? And you can lose a part of, some of yourself. And this is like one of the hardest jobs and positions to be in, right? Because now you're fighting, you're in this tug of war, right? And you get attacked, right? For really, enlightening, right? People and bringing people into, the light. And not only, what I learned in just in my experiences and in my work is that it's so much more than, letting people know that, okay, you're not black, right? That that's just the corporate term, you know, that's just saying that you're actually, chattel,
Somebody, yeah.
right.
adult already. Yes.
But the experiment that has happened so
Mm.
that you can actually, so that our ancestors, um, I don't know if the right term is surrender to the term, right? To take on, to embrace, okay, I'm black. And then before, you had colored, right? All of the terms that basically, bring us into the lowest part of ourselves, right? There were experiments, that happened, that were very harsh, right? So that we were like tortured. A lot of our people were tortured. So I've noticed a lot of people, that's a trauma right there, right? They really can't fully embrace it because they're going back through time and feeling that pain, right? They got to go through that, mentally and physically, in order to like let that go, right? And it's a big thing to let that go for a lot of people,
Yeah,
right?
it's epigenetics. They know it's part of science now that your trauma is carried generationally in the genes. I was sharing with somebody, well, sharing with several people that my mother was married at age 12. My mother was pregnant at age 12. My mother had that child, and then my mother was pregnant again at age 13. By the time my mother got to be age 20, I was her last child,
Um,
and she had 5 children. So I also started this conversation with saying that my mother was called the alpha gene.
mhm.
They must have known something. I don't know if just the ancestors put it that the name was going to be alpha gene, but here I am, the living legacy, talking about the female principle and how the woman is important and how you can't get here except for from that first alpha gene. And if it's the alpha gene, that means it's the dominating gene. And it happens to be from the woman, the Moabite woman,
The matriarch,
the
yes.
matriarch.
And that's Coca-Cola knows. But like when you go to the story of, we have a lot of stories, we have a lot of her stories where, in on this land, on how this land became, how we all under occupation, and it was over, it, the story we all know, quote unquote, Pocahontas, right?
Mm,
Um, her true title was Mataoka. And in
okay.
order for the colonizers to take claim to this land, they had to get her out of here, right? And prior to that, everything was about the matriarch, right? And he was a Christian. So in Christianity, it's about the patriarch. So
Mhm.
when she was with him, she had to go along with, you know, patriarchy and Christianity, which turns our power over to the man, gives our power to the man. Prior to then, again, she was the heir, right? And that's kind of like where it starts, right? This whole thing that we're in, like Sister Pacola says, we're under occupation, we're a part of this, whole scheme, right? That is designed against the original woman. So there to say that there's things to fix. There's work to do, you
Yeah, we're
know.
getting
It-
stronger. Yeah, we're getting stronger. I just
of
like the platform is here. I would
mhm.
tell you that I came across Empress Rarebird. I don't know if you've heard of her.
Yes.
I met her in Delaware a couple of months ago, like maybe 2 months ago. It was an engagement that I was supporting, and I ended up speaking. Was not preparing to speak, but and just was in support, but ended up speaking. And then later she spoke, and she had a bunch of the sisters with her, and they were all 10 feathered up, with the tribal this, and so knowing what I know, we, of speaking, not in terms exactly of feelings, because I not that I'm a non-feeling person, but when it comes down to what can you change, I will tell you that I had to go, what they call empirical. I have to go like a scientist. I have to go with, okay, I can't throw something up and don't think it's going to come down. It's going to defy gravity. You can't defy gravity, not on this earth plane. You have to adhere to the laws of this universe, the laws of this earth plane. And so when I deal with issues that I have every day, I try to deal with it from, you know, what's the book say, or what's the documentation say, or what's supposed to be like the treaty. What does the treaty say? What is the agreement of the treaty? What are we supposed to be doing? And so in saying that, I met Empress Rarebird, and she was saying, I remember she said, I am the ambassador, I think she said,
I believe.
she said, I'm the ambassador. What did she say? She said, I'm the sovereign soul. She's representing sovereign souls. And she speaks about love, and she speaks, and I listened to her, and eventually, like about a week later, I went and found her speaking in Philadelphia. And I was just in the audience because I wanted to know more about this matriarch, because I know, like the brothers had taught, when I used to take the contract treaty classes from Abdullah and Shem, from Malachi Bay, that they spoke about the matriarch was in charge here on the land. So I knew about this, but I didn't know. I wanted to know more. So I kept thinking, I said, man, if the women would just wake up, we can effectuate change rapidly. But if we are locked, like they say, they got our women in those churches. Mama got to come out them churches to understand what they did to us as a people on the land. And mama has to get back to herself. So that is several layers. That's understand the politics of the land, understand the culture and what we were doing when we had a culture before pre-mass colonization, because we got colonized by the Dutch, colonized by the Spaniards, colonized by the French, colonized by the not the Italian, but the Portuguese. We got colonized by a whole bunch of people, and we don't even know it. So we got colonized by all those
even melanated people in different parts of the world. We even got
absolutely to the true of the true, because most of the documentation that we see, photos, paintings, don't lie. Documentation, swarthy, don't lie. We know that from a certain time in history, 1600s timeline, somewhere around there, we were in power around the planet. The dark-skinned melanated people were in control around the planet. Now, did we do things to each other? Absolutely. The door only opened later for the Europeans to come in to do what the people were already doing.
Exactly.
So this is about a whole bunch of truth that we have to tell, even if it hurts. We still got to tell the other side of the coin.
Yeah.
So I lost my train of thought, but it's all good. It's all good. So we literally need to know the cycle of things that have happened in order to get back to oneself. We have to know that the culture and everything here change. So if we're feeling some form of oppression and epigenetics and all of this, you gotta know that it lies somewhere. It lies within the spirit man. We can say that the spirit over there, but like they say, the biggest devil that you see is in the mirror. So if I see my brother's conduct, and it's not, it's not becoming, I could say that he's in his lower self. I'll call that the devil. But my point is that this land had culture before the multiple invasions. And when one says, okay, well, what was it here? Some people will call it paganism because we follow the stars and we follow the constellations. You know, people around the planet followed it too. They would take your history, steal it, convert it, and give it back to you, and
Yeah.
then make you worship it when really it's from your origin. Like the
And
swastika,
pretend that they're you. And pretend that they're you.
and return to you. It's like
Hmm.
the swastika. But if you go into the science of it, the swastika is the different positions around the North Star, which the North Star is at the tip of the Big Dipper, and it's the different positions of the seasons. And the seasons deal with harvest, and the seasons deal with fertility, and the seasons pointed toward the woman.
Ashe.
In
She was
mysticism, it's the same thing.
she was significant all around.
Yeah.
So they
Well,
mystified things for us, confused things for us. But the people will tell you that that's a swastika. Well, look in the sky and make sure you watch it for the whole seasons, and you're going to find that that's your swastika. The Hindustanis, not Indians, they're Hindustani. Colonialization called them Indians. They're Hindustani. That's what they call themselves. They call it a symbol of love. They watched it from the heavens too. We all see the same constellations, different parts of the planet. They called it, whatever they called it, symbol of love. Hitler took it, colonization, and called it what? Swastika, symbol of hate. When you steal people culture and invade in different lands, which has really got to stop. We really got to stop me conquering you, telling you that you need democracy. Conquering you, telling you that you can't worship a certain way. We this gets into the political thing, geopolitical. It gets into all of that. So when we talk about healing, the healing is for the planet. And the planet's healing is when the woman wakes up to become more active and not allow the patriotism to keep going. Now I mentioned to you
Ashe.
the the Vatican. The Vatican was the seat of the Sibyls. They were known as the
Ashe.
seers. And then now you got the Pope with the
Ashe.
Vatican
Tell it.
tell,
Teach.
telling the name, stealing the name that they used and called themselves, the Vaticanus Coli, which is Vates, which is a seer, diviner, sorcerer, Khan, meaning snake. They use that tool of divination. They use the snake to divine. This is the African priestess. They did this. This was the first religion.
Mary Wata.
Maybe watch.
Ah,
Everything is
Ashe.
like everything.
Mary Wata.
We are the
Mommy Wata.
we are the oldest people. We are the oldest people in the world here. And like Sister Pacola said, like every sacred shrine they have, the Kaaba, is built on top of
Uh,
three indigenous women, El Uza, El Uma, and it's the triple goddess, right? That's why it's the black box, right?
Mhm.
So that's why you got to make sure you're purified before you go there, right? You got to make sure you pay your debts off, right?
they didn't
It's all
train.
there. There's nothing, literally, everything that we know and everything that we see, we created. And when we can actually, like Sister Pacola said, really understand who we are politically, who we are in this land, who we are in our ancestry, right? Who we are all around, we'll understand like there isn't anything that was like created by anybody else. It was just actually taken, right, and claimed. And this is the stuff we need to reclaim.
Even the
You talk
Bible.
about
Well, the sister is the creator, is she not? We are creation. So the sister is the creator. And there are sistering wombtresses who know the truth and who is carrying this truth.
I
Now, we might
say,
be all in different sects and we might be all in different parts of the world, but there are wombtresses. There are sistering, speaking this truth of who we are as sistering, as wombtresses. We use the word woe man. Ain't nothing woe about us. We are
no,
wombtresses. We are
yeah,
sistering. We have to watch the words that we speak about ourselves. because that carries our shape. We don't want to put any spells on ourselves. All the sisters did not come to be the daughters of the mothers. But you got to
Hmm.
know who you are. Some of us will never be a daughter of the mothers. Some of us
My
have
God.
no understanding, cannot accept anything but this patriarch lineage. But if you keep talking about the light is the patriarch energy. It is the dark, moist, primordial waters. It is the dark, moist womb that we as sistering, we as wombtresses come from. Now, we don't, might not want to talk about the darkness, but that's how we create. We come from the darkness. We were birthed from the darkness, from the deep, dark, primordial waters. We are the currency. We are the current. We are the creators. There was never any patriarch energy on this planet.
All right. Organic to the earth. Right.
Yes. The land belonged to the, as the sister said, the land belonged to us. We've always owned the land. But we have allowed ourselves to create something outside of ourselves. We started pillow talking and we gave our secrets away and they became jealous. They saw how powerful we were and they wanted our power. But it's up to, it's, you don't have, the mothers are back. They're here.
They
Are
ain't
we
leave.
here? Are we here? Oh, they left for a while because they had to go away. You know, everything shifts. So who was once in power is no longer in power. See that the age of the Aquarian age, that Piscean age is gone. That old stone male energy is gone. But we all have the divine masculine in us. So until we have to wake up that divine masculine, you know, we keep talking, oh, well, you know, she's too masculine. But we all have divine feminine and we all have divine masculine. It's
Bringing it together.
harmonized in there.
Harmony. Yes.
We come from nature, harmonizing all these things in us. Oh, there's a shift taking place, baby. We can see it.
Mm.
But if we all stood together, we all prayed the prayer, we are unstoppable. The sistering united can never be defeated. The sistering united can never be divided. They know that truth. So why do you think they're trying to take the sistering wombs? Because
Huh.
that's our power source.
Power.
That's our power center. They want that. That's creation within itself. So how do I stop a flow of people? I take their sistering, I make them feel less than, they have no value, they have no worth. So when they take your value and their worth, what do you have? So we as sisters have to open up and realize our worth and our value, who we are, what we bring. Once we do that, healing starts to take place. It's sistering are already doing this medicine. They doing it. We just got to do it. We all have a part to play. We all have a role. It's bigger than all of us. It ain't even about us. It's about the bombers. It's about love being returned back to this planet. It's about us coming back to the throne. Oracles, sacerdotal powers, symbols, priestess and priestesses,
That's right.
weavers, queen bees, restoring ourselves back to our original self. And how we do that is through our womb. When you heal your womb, you heal a nation. Are you willing to stand up and heal your bloodline? Are you willing to say, you know what? I'm standing for my bloodline. I'm saying, because when you heal your bloodline, then it spread. Charity begins at home, as my mother say, and spreads abroad. We're charity. Everything starts with us. How we see ourselves, what we think about ourselves, how we feel about ourselves, what we view, and what we say. We have the power to shift anything. They have no power, have never had any. Theirs is fear. That's how they control, through fear, through TV, through the media. And here, oh, well, here go the distractions. Well, if you participate in a thing, then you're going to be distracted.
Sis, could you go into for the people who are looking at this that's like, well, how do I heal my wound? Where would I start?
Where would you start? By valuing yourself. First of all, looking and say, you know what? How do I feel about myself? What do I think about myself? That's first. You don't think you're good enough. You don't think you're worthy. It comes from knowing your worth. When you allow other people in your life who you don't, when you don't love yourself, you can't have love. So if you don't value who you are, if you don't think you're good enough, if you don't think you're worthy, that's where it starts. It starts with, how do I feel about myself? What do I think about myself? How do I see myself? When I'm looking in the mirror, what do I see? Am I comfortable in my own skin? Am I comfortable being melanated? Am I comfortable with short hair? Do I have to put their hair in my head
That's right.
to be who I want to be? Do I have to put their nails on my fingers? Do I have to put in their eyelashes? Do I have to act like them to be like them? That says that I'm not good enough. That's what that says about me. I don't value who I am. When I could come outside and in my natural kinky curly coily hair, when I don't need to put on makeup unless I want to put on makeup. But if I'm coming outside looking like everybody else, there's something there. They got us. They got us because they know that if we don't wear, well, if you don't have your hair a certain way, if you don't look a certain way, if you don't act a certain way, that's how they get you, by putting those images on TV. And we watch those images and we think that's who we should be. We have lost the art of family and community. Family. How many of us eat dinner together as families? How many of us still eat at the dinner table? How many of us communicate? As you talked about earlier, communication. How many of us sit down and really have a conversation? When you're out and about, everybody's on their phone, texting. No one is really communicating. So they give you AI, they give you a phone, they give you all these things so you look outside of yourself instead of looking inward. When I do my wound work, the first thing I ask the sisters, how do you feel about yourself, sis? What do you think about yourself? Give me 5 things. That's how healing starts. Looking in the mirror and saying, I'm okay being me. I love myself as I am, whether I got big breasts. Come on, our breast is how we nurtured our babies and fed theirs. My womb is round. So what? That's so I can carry, I'm life. So that's so I can carry my creation, my babies, our hips. We're built to carry babies and have a big butt top. We got the Sarah Barton syndrome, and we all know who Sarah Barton was. They ridiculed her, and we're not comfortable. Oh, if I'm not a size 2, we have to get away from what they think into what we know to be true for us. What's our story?
Colonialism.
Yes.
Our story is buried. Her story is buried.
No more, mama.
The art.
No more.
Colonial.
It's coming out. Everybody, if you sistering are talking, we're talking. We are sistering getting together, talking, sharing. Oh, if you want to know the truth, you can find the truth. If you want to stay in that patriarch, that's where you'll be. Sistering can't get past the patriarch energy. Sisters can't get past, oh, I need a man. Oh, I gotta have somebody. Do you know because I talk about the matriarch, if you talk about the matriarch, what they gonna say? Oh, you're a man basher. No, I'm not bashing the male. What I am, I'm honoring my throne. I'm saying that we are the ones, because it's okay for them to talk about their male thing. Is that not? So we have to get past what you think of me. It's what I think of me. I'm for the sisters. I believe in sisterhood. I don't believe that we can't get along. That's a myth that was given. That was a lie given to us. So if I see a sister and she tell me sisters don't like her, no, that's not true. We see something in another sister that we don't see in ourselves. So instead of asking sis, what you got going on? Can you help me? It's not that we jealous. It's just that we see something in someone else that we don't see in ourselves. So when I see another sister and they say she thinks she all that, she should think she all that. As a matter of fact, we are all of that and more. We are a bag of chips and more. And every time I get a chance, an opportunity, I'm going to big another sister up. I'm going to build her up. I'm going to let her know she has the power to change anything she don't want. Her womb is so powerful. She can create an avatar just by talking to that child while that child is in that womb, telling that child what it can and who is it gonna be. And when that child comes down through that birth canal, and once that child head crowns, she starts saying prayers and telling that child who that child is. That's how powerful we are as womb trustees. We can heal ourselves. We can heal ourselves in our mother's relationship through our umbilical cord. Our wombs are holy. Our wombs are whole wombs. It's the holy grail. It's the grail. Sister, we stand womb to womb, heart to heart, and man to man. That's who we are. That's what we got going on. It ain't about, I don't care how society say, I don't buy into nothing they say. I don't watch their TV. I don't watch their news. I don't watch anything that they put out. It's to keep you suppressed and oppressed. There are certain things that are in place and they're using their magic. And if we don't use our magic, that's on us. Because we're mystical and we're magical. We have dominion and power. And if you choose not to use it, there's no longer we could say that the truth isn't here. We are not the physical, we are a physical form, but we're spiritual beings. We come from the spirit world. We are in tune with that world. So if you stay inward instead of outward, forgive yourself. Tap into your bloodline. Find out what your ancestors did. Cook. Some of them were cooks and sewers. We were all given gifts. But those gifts don't, cooking and sewing and look at them. Go back and look at our ancestral lineage. Those pictures. You can feel the energy coming off those pictures. Whatever you need. And if your ancestors was a great cook, you're a great cook if you tap into that power. If your ancestors were seamstresses, you're a seamstress. If they were musicians, it's in our DNA. Only thing we got to do is go in and tap into that part of us.
What about dietary, your health and
I agree.
Connection to your womb.
Well, guess what?
Practical things that we can do.
Okay, if you eat, I'm gonna ask you a question. If you eat healthy, but you got glue on your fingernails, you got glue in your eyelashes, and you got glue on your head, what is that? What are you seriously, sis? Look at that. So we say we eat healthy and we say we eat diet, but everything starts inward and it goes outward. The issues are in our tissues. So I can eat healthy all day long, but if I got glue on my fingernails and glue in my eyelashes and glue on my hair, what am I eating healthy for? And dyeing my hair.
You got to define what healthy is,
Right. Because
that's different. I've been
yes,
places with people and they're like, "Oh, I eat healthy," and that's a turkey burger. No offense to people who eat turkey burgers,
but guess
but
what, sis?
when you
I
are
can't.
on a divine path,
But
you
guess
get
what,
what I'm
sis?
saying?
But if you
Turkey
choose to
burger.
eat a health, but guess what? If you choose to eat a turkey burger, I can't say nothing about that.
No, you can't. However, you got
But
to
if
tell
you
me
eating a turkey
at the same
burger, then you
time.
got. If you eating a
If
turkey
someone
burger,
is coming
see,
to me
you
for a
keep
health
missing what I
consultation,
said. You keep missing what I said. If you eating a turkey burger, but you got glue on your fingernails, you got on
all
false
of that,
nails.
all of that. That's why you
Okay,
eat the turkey
so
burger. That's why you
right.
got the glue in your
But
nails.
then I know some people, sis, who don't eat meat and still got that glue in their hair, dye in their hair.
I'm not
So
disagreeing with
it's a
that.
Yeah,
whole package.
Overall,
can I,
Right.
I'm not
Yeah,
can
it's
disagreeing.
the
I ask
whole
you,
package. We out
How
here in stretch. We out here in stretch pants.
all of that,
Miss,
But
all
you know,
Miss,
all of that stuff is a program. You know what I
right.
Miss,
mean? It
uh,
all comes together.
um,
It
Yes.
all comes
So it's
together.
time for us to break that program.
so can
Right.
I? I'd
So
like to.
dietary wise, go ahead, sis. But dietary wise, practical things, because literally, if what we eat is breaking down, and when it breaks down and in our intestines and go to our brain, is what we think, right?
Yes.
Is how we think it.
Yeah.
So that does lighten up the load when you go and you speak to a sister and you say, "Hey, sis, that glue ain't that glue ain't really healthy. That perm is actually connected to the fibroids that you have.
Hmm.
They may be more receptive. You get what I'm saying? If they're not all clogged up. So I'm just saying practical dietary things, right? A lot of people, we talked about this on Hank's last thing, and it was like a big thing, right? But like cheese, dairy, and what that does to the womb, right? So you
Hmm.
could be counteracting your work, right? And then again, you go in and you talking to your ancestors and your spirits, you get distorted, right? We don't just have just ancestors around us. There's a whole Pandora's box that's been opened up, right?
Okay,
And that
but
keeps being
sis,
opened up.
if you talking to your ancestors, see, your ancestors
Yeah, but me,
will
I'm
never lead
different right
you.
now. I've been through processes and I've been through a whole, journey for years of me doing this work.
Hmm.
There's people that I work with every day that is not there at all. And there are people
Okay.
who are looking at this that don't know the voice of their great grandfather and compared to a voice of an entity that has been unleashed when they open CERN back up, or an entity, of wherever. You
Then
get what I'm
guess what,
saying?
sis? There's all I'm gonna say this. Your ancestors are not going to allow you to listen to something that does not serve your greatest or your
That's
highest.
not true. There's
Oh
people out
yes.
here that's
Oh,
very misinformed and that's very
mm-mm.
confused. I
Then
deal
guess
with
what, sis? If you're listening to someone who, I'm gonna always say this. There's no way
That's
my
not true because
mothers.
we have
Oh
ancestors
yeah,
that have been
but
hacked.
sis, guess what?
Right? We have
No,
ancestors that
no,
all our ancestors ain't the same. We have many
sis.
different ancestors. We
If
have
if your
ancestors that,
ancestors have served a virtuous and a righteous life, that's the one you should be calling on. Not
okay.
one that
If
didn't
you
serve a
if
virtuous and righteous.
your channels aren't clear for you to even connect to those ancestors or hear those ancestors or even know who their voices are to know who's the
Sis,
ancestor and
guess
who.
what, sis? I beg to differ.
Okay, you
I
could
come
differ,
from the.
but I'm letting you
I
know
come.
the
I
harsh
come from a.
reality of
Guess what? I come from
what's in there right
Ephah.
now.
I come from the tradition of Ephah.
Oh, right. And so in your tradition in Ifa, because I'm familiar with Ifa,
Hmm.
right? There's a lot of people who aren't familiar with that tradition, who doesn't know what that is, who hasn't made a bow ever in their life, who doesn't understand the
Okay,
principles, and they
but
are in different
but
situations.
ancestral lineage, ancestral wisdom is a little bit different.
It
Sis,
is, but
when
not
you
every.
truly
Let me tell you,
on this journey, sis,
we
I'm
are
gonna say
we
with
are
your okay. Do you have any children?
in this right now. I
Do you
know,
have
but
children?
I have 16 nieces and nephews that
Okay.
I've helped.
Now, as a auntie, would you ever steer your nieces and nephews incorrectly?
I won't, but I know that
Okay,
there are
but
family
listen,
members. There
no,
are
no, no, no.
family members
Okay,
that
but oh
that,
no, no,
that,
listen,
that would
sis,
not
listen, sis,
intentionally, but
listen.
based upon what they know and what
Okay.
their beliefs are,
But if that's the
they
case,
are
what did the
misinformed. And
but
being
what did
misinformed,
but sis,
makes
but
a
guess
big
what?
difference. Makes a
My
big
mother
difference.
was misinformed on a lot of things, but that doesn't mean that I don't. The things she told me, I had to, some of them were true and some of them were not. But it's okay. When you're on the journey, you're gonna see a lot and hear a lot. But eventually, sis, you come to a point where you get to know the truth. When you dealing with the spirit realm, you can tell when something does not feel right. I don't care what nobody said, and they could say, "Oh, I didn't know."
Not
That's
everybody's in
untrue.
that place. Not
Sis,
everybody's in that
yes,
place.
Peace.
they are.
No,
We
they're
choose
not.
to ignore
There's
that.
women around here right now that is calling
Mm-mm.
themselves Black, African Americans, Puerto Rican, Haitian, all of those things. That's a
But that's
whole narrative
but that
that'll
has
have you
nothing to
in a
do
whole
with the
different
ancestral
system.
realm.
And you're
Peace.
not going to connect to those ancestors, with that type of knowledge sometimes. You get what I'm saying?
No,
We
cause
have
sis,
ancestors. We have ancestors that I have ancestors that are right now that are Christian. That there are things that I would do that they don't even come around.
I'm gonna
I have
call on my Christian
my
ancestors.
indigenous ancestors. They don't want
I'm
the
gonna
Bible on the
guess
altar.
what,
They don't.
sis. I'm gonna call on my Christian ancestors. That don't change. My mama was a Christian, and I
Right?
call her every day, all day.
I get it. You're in a different place than some of the women that are looking at this.
You
You're in
know,
a
Gustav,
so
different
peace.
place.
I
We're
don't
in
care
different
what you
places.
did. If you lived a virtuous and a righteous life, and I know my mama had my back because she was a Christian, oh, I'm gonna call on Wakaboka.
So would you agree that not everybody lives a virtuous life, not everybody
Of
that say they did
course.
really did, and that you have a different background than a lot of women that are out here today, and that
But
some
when
women.
I talk to sister and about ancestral work, because I do that a lot, I
Mhm.
tell them when you have to know exactly what an ancestor is, you have to know that an ancestor is someone who reaches to past the age of 70. First of all, an ancestor is someone who does not pass blood. First
And
and second of all, and then I explain to them exactly what an ancestor is, because so many people don't know that ancestry starts at the age of 70 and above. And as when you leave this planet, you cannot leave this planet unless if you share blood, then you cannot be considered as an ancestor.
you got to be elevated.
Also,
You
you have
stuck
to live a
somewhere.
virtuous and a righteous life. So when I'm doing my ancestral medicine, I make sure that there's an understanding of what an ancestor is. But if you have ancestors, your mother, your great grandmother, and all those people, and you that's why we have to communicate. We have to find out what's in our bloodline, because they're what do they call it? The griot, the storyteller of our bloodline, who knows the truth, who knows who Aunt Sally was or Aunt May, they should know. So therefore, we should be able to go back 7 generations. So yes, everybody who leaves this planet does not leave on a virtuous and righteous life. But if you know your bloodline, if you know your story, then there's someone who can help you go in and find that ancestral lineage. But you have to be 70 and above, and you cannot let blood. You have to be naturally or close your eyes naturally. Death for an ancestor is natural. Then they move to the elevated consciousness. You have
I'm
to
asking.
assist.
I'm
You have
asking
to
on
assist
behalf
your
of the women.
ancestors to cross over.
I'm asking on the behalf of the women that are watching this. That
I'm
isn't who
giving
you
it to
are.
you. I'm
Yeah,
giving it to
I'm
you.
just letting you know that's
Right. But
practical, so people
right.
could take something
Right.
practical back.
I'm giving it to you. I'm giving it to you.
Peace.
Peace.
Oh, I'm fine. I just get excited.
I'd like to. Oh no, no, that's just my
Okay.
entry. That's just my
Okay.
entry.
Okay.
That's my. That's
Yes,
just a
mama.
famous
Yes,
greeting. It's
mama.
just a famous greeting.
Yes.
Islam.
Okay.
It just
Okay.
means
Peace.
peace.
Okay.
And I wanted to just to chime in and kind of give the crucible,
Hmm.
the womb, the crucible,
Yes. Yes.
the instrument to heat this up.
Yes.
I want to try to blend everybody into the same crucible a little bit by letting you see that there's truth in all that we see individually, And the most wonderful part is what we see collectively.
Yes.
And so collectively putting us together, we're here on the platform, sharing information, and the other individuals that are listening, they're sharing their energy as well. So even if you're not speaking with the words, you're speaking with your, with your agreement. Couple things. I go back to a crucible or the foundation of where we are, whether we talk about bloodline is through mother. Mother is the one that lends the blood
Yes.
to her offspring. The father, he lends a spark. But even with a spark, we know there is some exchange. There is, if you know anything about the Curlian photography, is old, but it was a way that it was a leaf that they would put and take a photo of the leaf, and they would remove the leaf, and then you would see the energy pattern of the leaf.
Mm-hmm.
The physical was removed, but the energy was still there.
Mm-hmm.
So, in saying that, is that we know that the mother is significant and the father is significant, but the mother, because it is her blood exchange between the child, is very significant. One would say that that is her property. Why? Because it is
Mm-hmm.
coming from her physical body. So we speak about the ancestral line, and to some people that is far removed from their knowledge because they just don't know. This is what colonialism does. And I'm going to go right back to that because that is very significant. If colonialism is a pair of glasses and you have to see every day, then you must, whether you're going to be in the physical world or thinking in the spirit and thinking in terms of your spiritual connection or your ancestors, either way it goes. If you're breathing sentient being right now with the holy breath of life, you are subjected to the laws of the planet. You're subjected to the current political construct. You're subjected to this. Your children, if he runs out and drives a car and doesn't have a license, and then they're going to come for the parent. You're still connected to all of these real time situations. And we are in a position of being in that crucible, and that crucible is colonialism. If I choose to use extensions in my hair, one would say that she must be trying to be like the Europeans and have long hair. And then that is where I would differ with one, because our ancestors did this. Our ancestors did straw in the hair, made it long.
Yarn.
Whatever, yarn in the hair, made it long.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not giving them the credit for some of the things that might have trickled through that we do. But we must know that we're in that crucible, we're in that cauldron, if you will, of colonialization. Now, I wanted to read something to you really quickly, and it kind of brings things into being. And two things. The one thing is, if someone does something, mind you, I can't see, but so far I can see without my glasses up close like this. However, when I put my glasses on, I have a different vantage point and I can see. So you have to put on the glasses of colonialism. You have to, because that's all you know. That's all you know. But when you become more conscious of, oh, so I like to do certain things, but I know that they have had an influence. I know I like to eat, sweets, but they put sugar in everything. I know that I like eating bread, but they bleach everything and they harden in my pineal gland. The thing about it is, every turn of the corner you go, you're going to find someone in your land controlling the narrative, reconstructing your mind, reconstructing your history, and even your religion was reconstructed, twisted up, and given back to you. So that's why I say that, yes, we're coming together and we're talking and we're sharing how the mothers need to start becoming active, how we need to set our intentions collectively to start healing the land. Now, if I go in this direction, and I'm going in this direction because it's necessary, what is nationality? Nationality is the legal status of belonging to a specific nation, which can be defined as a group of people who share a culture, are under a legal jurisdiction. It's not coming back. That's nationality. What is nationalism? Again, we're talking about healing the land. We're talking about healing the minds of the people. We're talking about helping the people take on or put off the glasses of colonialism to see what has really been going on, to see why I feel a certain way. Yes, you can have an opinion to do whatever you want to do, but if I told you, hey, sister, this is what they did to our people, so you might want to consider that it was against your ancestors, or it was against the
She froze.
action. You find a connection to your what? To your nation. You find the camaraderie with your people. You find, oh, what did our people used to do? So if I say to you, what is nationalism? A noun, identification with one's own nation and support for its interest, especially to the exclusion and detriment of the interests of other nations. So I'm basically bringing it back down in our timeline of our here and our nowness to make change in a system that colonized us. To make change, we have to have true discussion that we understand that they reconstructed the history. So this is our nation. We would want to know what it is our ancestors had going on here. We would want to know that. Right now, the Algonquin language, the old ancient Algonquin, which was one of the tribes, their language is Arabic in nature. If you look at in South America, they usually have the little symbol on the neck of the hand of Fatima. The hand of Fatima is a symbol for South America. The Hamas, I think you call it Hamas. That is Islamic. So my point is that if we were to go back to try to understand what was on this land, not like totally ambiguous, but bringing it back down to this tierra, bringing it back down to this land, saying what was our ancestors doing here as they were enduring being overcome, being changed in culture, being changed in their ways, being changed. What were they doing? They don't tell you there was Queen Khalifa
From Cali.
Islam, from Cali. How about Queen Europa over there? Or the Queen of Nova Scotia? They won't tell you about that. So my point is that when we put the tension here and say, how do we start to change? We can be in a pleasant place. We can be what they call it in the powwows. We can be in that environment so that we could really collectively feel divinity when we're around ourselves like we are right now. And we feel very comfortable in our skin, whether our hair is short or long, whether we got danging, whatever. The bottom line is that we feel comfortable in the bosom of each other when we're like this. I'm just proposing to bring both together of what we're talking about, what you women were sharing, is that when you have a starting point, which is a viable, true starting point, because I wouldn't know what my ancestors did. I can only tell you what my current family line. My great grandmother came from Italy. My great grandmother is in the bloodline of Queen Charlotte. My great grandmother is in the line of Queen Victoria. My grandmother is in the line of King George III. My bloodline is in the bloodline of Napoleon. I can tell you that from my mother's mother line. But it is my indigenous side here that I stand in support and defense of this land from my patriarch maternal side. So I say to you, to bring things down where you can tangibly know how to start, you got to start with the nationality. You got to agree that this is your nation. Because right now, in order to get us out of this system, or put it like this, all the thousands and the millions of those heirs to this land that are in those tuna cans and those prison systems, you got my indigenous brothers. You're tearing down my family. You're tearing down this civilization by having our brothers in prison for little things, because the laws are not in their favor. Why? Because we're in colonialism. So change has to be real time change. And I would tell you the big challenge for us all is to start with nationality. Start with your nationalism, where you're physically at right now. Start in that, because that will give you your culture. That will tell you that Muhammad ibn Abdullah, he'll give you something. I'm not going to give you like back in Egypt over there. I'm not going to give you all of that. I'm going to give you something that's real time, kind of close, to get back to culture, to start talking about, okay, what did our ancestors do? I would tell you that Muhammad ibn Abdullah gave George Washington and them the contract to be here in Morocco. And if Muhammad sounds like it's Muslim, it's because that was one of the religions that were here. Islam was here. Obama says his speech in 2009 in Cairo, Egypt. I know that Islam has always been a part of America. People didn't catch it. People didn't catch it. Islam is always why. And the first Muslim American sworn in on the same Quran that John Hanson had. Oh, so John Hanson was a Muslim too. Oh, this ain't nothing I'm just talking. This is stuff that's actual factual stuff that's documented that they did. So when we talk about ancestors and what was the worship on this land, this is a start for our people that's real. This is a start. This is not like somewhere. This is like, okay, what did they do? Because you'll find that some of the trails of Islamism, just natural worship. And isn't that ironic that the crescent moon and star is as Islam symbol? Crescent moon and star. Some people will say, oh, the crescent moon and star. No, the moon stands for the woman.
Mm-hmm.
But if you look at the crescent moon and star, people will tell you that that's Madonna and child.
Mm-hmm.
And if they say, oh, the Masons use that, then all you have to do is separate it and say Ma, son, and see that a Mason is a mother-son.
Mm-hmm.
They're still hiding the history of the matriarch right here on this land. So I'm saying to put it in the crucible, heat it up. Let's start with nationality. Let's start with your birthright. Let's start with your bloodline. Let's start with you were here on this land before they reconstructed their story. And to the brother, and I don't know if the brother may be far in between, he's listening, but the last time I was on this Crystal Pyramids, it was a brother that read something. And he never provided the copy, but he read it from the copy. It's documents like that, and it's a mentality like that that helps to keep us divided and separate. and not on top of things. But the brother has the document that was from Abraham Lincoln's time that would help people understand who they are. That document was called the Oath of Amnesty. He read the document. And for the heirs of the land, they were supposed to have been given restitution and payment, not the 40 acres and a mule. That's something from South Carolina, whatever. That's something different. But the document that he's got talks about Moors, Moroccans, and Moorish people, what we know as Moorish Americans. He's got that document. So if the average person would hear about their nation and their nationality, that would give you race pride. That would give you pride to stand up. That would give you pride to change the circle of time. That would give you the ability to reach your people better with telling them, hey, wait, did you know that your ancestors, they contacted divinity through, the oracles, or they contacted divinity through, the stones. They did this, they did that. Did you know that we had immaculate conception? They talk about it in the so-called Indian history. Talk about the 12-year-old girl. I remember reading the story over 25 years ago. And it talked about, this was the ancestral tradition on the land here. It's one of the tribes that she used to be chosen. Why was that young girl chosen? She wasn't chosen by some man to be molested, which is a patriarch nonsense and sickening of the ego. Not for that.
Mm-hmm.
She was never touched because she was supposed to carry the next great leader in her womb. That is the reason why she was selected. This is the ancestral practices. So there's a lot of stuff going on, what's going on in this land that we don't know, and I'm excited to get back to know. But it all starts with a nationality, your nation, your culture. Right now, the rights of indigenous people, they decided that they were going to tell people that they have a right to the nationality. They have a right up under the resolution. Every child has a right to a name and a nationality. But they don't tell you that. And they don't teach that in these schools. And they don't put that on them tubes. We have to heal ourselves by knowing who we are. We have to heal ourselves, know who we are, attach ourselves back to our mother. Because our mother, I looked up a term today and it was called matriarchal. Matriarchal. I was like, what? Mother killing. Matriarchal. I found it in an old dictionary from the 1800s. Matriarchal. Oh, you killing of the mother. You killing the mother. You killing the motherland, the connection of the woman to her land, her responsibility to her culture, her responsibility to the leadership of her culture. All of that. Raising the children. I can't teach my children the right way to go if I got the colonial's mindset. I can't teach my children the way to go if I got my children in their schools. I can't teach my children nothing if they got laws on the books and they're going to take my baby if I don't teach, let her go to y'all Rockefeller school. So we have to get the power, political power, mental power, heal our minds, heal our wounds, understand that we got a mission, that it may be simultaneous and it can't be just one thing, because I will tell you, if you leave it to be one thing, it's going to be off balance.
Right. And it's so important, like everything you're saying, my whole adult life, I've been a national. I've declared my nationality. I've been in this school of thought my whole adult life. And so my whole career has been based upon this information and this knowledge. And in my work, I see the difference in women who are not connected to these truths in their practices. And I see sometimes how much harder it is. I see the warfare that's against them because of the lack of knowledge. So there are different things that is going on when you don't ground yourself in who you really are. You're going to have ancestors that are with you that don't know as well, right? That's going to keep you in a toxic loop, not because they want to keep you there, not because they want you to be in a crazy position, right? Just because of that lack of knowledge, because this is what they knew. This is the cycles they were caught up in. These were the secret societies they had contracts with.
Yes.
You understand? It's a big, 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 big thing. I do this work for real, for real. So I'm not saying that to be confrontational or anything. I'm saying it because it's integral in our healing. It's the essence of it. Because I see how people struggle. I see what a disconnect is. And I see the trauma around it sometimes that stops people from moving forward into this, and the mind manipulation, all the manipulation you got out here. You can't tell me that people are going to be directly like, that's my ancestor talking to me. There are demons talking to people these days. And, and I see that again, a lot of these people have supernatural gifts. And we all want to take off with it, right? But we got to break down some of that stuff first, because then it's toxic. It's like when you go to take your car to get new oil and they pour new oil on top of the old oil. It's a mess. So that's like Sister Picola said, this time we got to stay. And another thing I wanted to say too, like, it's a lot of things that we do. We want to update our ancestors with. We've been this generations. We had many different generations that went through many different things, many different cycles. There was times where I had to sit down with my ancestors and I say, hey, this is 2024. We had cycles where some people's ancestors, came here, right? They could have came here from Guyana or came here from wherever, right? And because of the time, they were just happy that they had a place to stay and had a job. So you'll have those ancestors that are saying, love your job, be grateful. But this is not that time. You know what I mean? This is not, so we have to update them. But we have to be aware. We have to be feeling ready to be empowered in that kind of way, and then go to them and say, this is what we're doing. Even in the work field, there's people who I've read somewhere where a lady was talking about, she had some type of issue of standing up for herself and wanting to make more and wanting to do more, but there were blockages because her people and her lineage was saying, hey, be happy that you have that. Keep your head down and do your job. So in order to get past certain ancestors to go further, right? There's certain informations, there's certain activations that come through information, right? That comes through being educated. Then you start putting things together and you're like, oh, this is why. Because a lot of times the information is there, but we put it on the back burner. Like, we don't know what it means, right? We don't know why it's coming up. We can't really decipher, what is this? Why does this person keep coming up? Or why is it that I want, this type of food on this day? What does that mean? Was there a tradition that our ancestors held on this day every year that has been lost, that my body is still feeling, that my memory is still holding? So what Sister Picola said is that's the order of the day. Finding out who you are. Because when growing up, I was always told, we Indian. I knew what they meant by that. Even though it's a misnomer, you get what I'm saying? I know what we meant by that. But then to go to school and to be taught that I'm African American, I'm Black, that's confusion right there.
Yeah.
Right?
That's a colonial language.
Right. And so what is that going to connect you to? The colonizers in your ancestry. It's true. I'm telling you, I do. I see this happening. I don't. This is not something I'm making up or that I believe. Or, or I could just sit. I work in this every day. I'm not saying y'all don't, but it's the hardcore truth. It's the reality. And breaking, sometimes trying to help people, get out of that stuff can get a little murky, but it is what it is. And so I just wanted to be a little bit, just like, I know there's certain information. I had to learn how to be more responsible in my work, right? Not to just give people just something that's vague and let them go and figure that out, because it'll backfire on you. Well, you said this, and it's like, no, I didn't say that like that, but I wasn't clear enough. Just like earlier when I was telling the sister, yeah, that guy, I didn't ask questions. We all don't want to be a part of anything, but you're still responsible with whatever you're saying and whatever you're giving. So as leaders, as mothers, as divine feminines, we got to just take our time, figure out what's going on first, figure out who we are, ask questions. Don't just say what, things, because that comes from trauma too. Oh, I don't want to get a part of that. I don't want to be a part of that. And I feel like everybody thinks trauma is just, they box it into one category, not realizing how deep this is. It's through what we want to do and what we do every day, what we don't do every day, what we're a part of, what we say, what we don't say. It's all connected. It's all connected. And back then, when I told the sister, oh, good luck. Me not wanting to get in the middle of that was a part of experiences I had in the past where it turned on me when I did tell my truth, where I did say, hey, sis, I don't think that that's a good match for you. So, I'm just saying, yes, nationality is the order of the day, finding out everything Sister Picola said, all of those treaties that she talks about, the Treaty of Peace and Friendship, how we even got to this point. It's all on contracts. Mm-hmm. Everything is a contract. Everything. There's contracts that we are still living in that needs to be broken. That needs to be broken from generations ago. Just because, our ancestors move on and they transition does not mean we're not operating under these contracts. Mm-hmm. And that's why we can't get the money or the finance or the abundance we've been trying to tap into, no matter how many manifestation rituals we do. How many times we look in the mirror and we say, oh, I'm beautiful, I'm beautiful. We still don't feel that. You get what I'm saying? So it's just still some type of disconnect. Where is this coming from? We got to go just a little deeper. We deserve that. Because too many people have just said, yeah, here you go, and shoot us away. We deserve to give ourselves that and each other that. And to make this, I'm sorry, sis, go ahead.
Oh, please. No, okay, sorry. Finish your sentence, sir.
I'm finished.
Oh. You're talking, and in my ear, I'm hearing, yep, still goes all the way back down to nationality. It goes back to your nation. It goes back to, who are you? Who do you say you are? Who do you say you are right now? Now, we can think who we are. And for those people that are divinely connected, they have more certainty. They have more clarity. But there's millions upon millions of us Asiatics that may not necessarily have that clarity, that mental clarity. So how do I get connected to something? Because I haven't been connected to nothing because I was on that ship, or my ancestors on that ship. But then when someone stops and taps you on the shoulder and say, wait a minute. Your language has been altered. Your diet has been altered. Who you think you are has been not who you really are. Then this gives you grounding. It's like, what? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? So now having a starting point for the people to be able to later discover that peace. So you got to sort out stuff. It's like having a filter. You throw a bunch of sand in a filter, and the filter only catches, the big pieces. But it's the fine stuff. You have to look underneath the filter, and it's like, that's all the stuff that we have to get through. We have to look and see what is going on, what has been going on, because otherwise I can't get centered. Right. I can't find out, what information. If I got to make a decision about a job, or I take and going on a journey, some people have the voice. People have the voice saying it's not a good thing. Some of us seeing pictures, not a good thing. So it's like, okay, I know. But if you're not intuitively, divinely connected with source, then you won't get that intuitive download that you need to go there. Well, I'm just saying that of everything that I've stated, that it is the study of my nationality, my status right now, that seems to bring clarity. It seems to be the glasses that gives you 2020. It's like, oh, wait a second. So if I'm stressed, I right now, I have no idea I was going to be here in Massachusetts for 14 months. I do medical travel. I do 13 weeks travel, and then I'm on to the next journey. But I came here for whatever reasons, and I'm here saying, okay, Most High, you got me here, so I've got to just breathe. I got to relax myself. I have to allow my brain to be less stressed. I live right inside the forest, inside the woods right now. So I'm in a place where it's very silent, very quiet. The squirrels come up, the bunny comes up, the bird flies down, the chickens are in the yard, and I'm less distracted from all the noise. And I can kind of get centered, and I can hear myself talk to myself. And I'm like, oh, okay. I'm like saying, what would I do if I was back in New York? I would be all clogged. So I'm trying to get my head clear about my intuition, my spiritual gifts, my job, my real time job, my job, family. I'm trying to get centered about it all. And all I'm saying is that we're in a system that makes all of that difficult. We're in a system. You can, you know what they say? You can take a, what do they call it? You can take a person out of the city and put them in the country. They're chaotic. In the stillness, they're chaotic. You bring me, like I'm from Michigan, I'm from the woods like this. You put me into this place and I'm like a duck to water. I'm like, oh yeah. Oh yeah. I can think, I can feel. And then I discover that the significance of your nationality and your nation, and you being a mother, and you being ancestrally connected to this land, you are not exactly honoring the ancestors. If you haven't identified who you are as a person in this nation, we are in colonialization. They have given it to us for the last 300 years or more. And what is necessary is a wake up call for the mothers. That's what's necessary, a wake up call. I mentioned Empress Rarebird because I thought she had it. And when I didn't finish the story, but when I went to Delaware, I met her. And then I intentionally sought her out. A week later, I drove all the way from Massachusetts to Delaware. I think that's 6 hours or something like that. And I drove all the way very next week from Massachusetts all the way to Philly. That's about 5 hours, whatever. But I sought her out and I kept saying, oh my God, that's a long drive. Don't even think about it. Get in that car, find out what that woman knows. It's so important to you, Piccola. Find out what she knows. So I drove down there and the room was kind of spacious with women, all women, because she's calling on the matriarch. She's got the book. I signed the matriarch book, calling all mothers, all clan mothers of this land. I was like, okay, this is the beginning. More women are coming. We need more women. Signed the other book in Philadelphia. I signed a book. I'm listening. And as she's talking, it is very moving. It's very spiritual. It's just in the emotions. Remember, our spirit is all connected. And it feels good. And it started to feel like church. Because I've been in 13 religions. It started to feel like church. It started to feel really good. It started to feel esoteric, like I couldn't touch it. but it was like it's there. And I thought about it. I said, except that the system in which you're in right now, it may not allow for this. And so she says, come up here. I didn't even want to go. I was like, so I went up. She said, repeat what you said. And I told her, I came here to find you, to hear what you had to say about the sovereign soul. We're all spiritual souls. We're spirits having a physical experience, what they say. We're all of that. But I know I'm breathing and I'm touching things. And all my senses are responding to my physical world. And I know that when I get into my intuitive state, it still is giving me downloads about my physical present reality, not my past, my present experience. They say that the past, present is going on simultaneously. So even though she's telling me all this, I'm like saying, we have to get the current situation under control in order to know. You don't know what has happened. You don't know what you can fix. You got to see what's wrong first. If you've been wearing two left shoes for 40 years, it's comfortable. Be a Negro, black, colored, Indian, Ethiopian, and now African American. You'd be too comfortable with that. You establish a falsehood in a system of colonialism, right? Subjugation. You ain't even free on your own land. Martin Luther King said, you refugees in your own land. Oh, you tell us it's our own land afterwards, but you included us with everybody. This is our own land. Oh, this is our land. So I'm like listening to this lady, and she asked me to come speak, and all I did was say, listen, being a sovereign soul, I am so there. Connecting to divinity, I am there. I need more clarity, but I'm there. Right now, when I eat, sleep, I drive my car, a reality checks, and it's like, wow, the brother that's at Rikers Island, I can't help him. The police keep messing with him. The nurse who I work with, who's from Kebelon, Africa, he told me, I get stabbed every time for my dark skin. So we are up under subjugation in this land. We're up under subjugation globally, and that is the reason the Pope made that proclamation that he gave just this year. He rescinded the doctrine of discovery. What was the doctrine of discovery? It was a document that the Pope put out that says every dark-skinned person, you are to subjugate them, take their land, and submit them to perpetual slavery. So this is a global phenomenon that affects all of us, all melanated, dark-skinned, Asiatics, everywhere. So unless you know that knowledge, you won't know where the oppression coming from. Unless you know that knowledge, that history, you will not know why we refugees on our own land. No, we're supposed to be free. So I went and spoke and said, you must establish government. And right now, United Nations say, oh, guess what? You have a right to your nationality. They're not going to teach you. You have a right to your land and your resources. They're not going to teach you. Europeans ain't going to tell you that they're not supposed to be on the land. That's part of the cancer of the land. It's part of the off balance of the motherland. That's part of that. When you don't address the fact that they're in your land, governing you, governing your resources, subjugating your men, putting rules and stuff on you. No, I want to be at peace. I want to know what's real. I want to know truth. Knowing truth is what helps to heal things. So I hope today, as we've been sharing, that we understand that when someone takes away who you worship, what your food is, what your practices for, when they take that away and give you the artificial, the clone, and you follow along with it, it's like It's uncomfortable. I don't know what it is. You just can't get right in your skin, and you don't even know you're under subjugation. They don't even know that this is what they're doing. That's part of the reality check that I had, and that's why I told the woman is that unless we stand up right now, I'm with a group of people that are formulating a Moorish investigative team. That team is going to be researching and getting the information so that we can move forward. Why? Because some of the teachers, the brothers, have been hard for years, understanding stuff. Some stuff is new. They're getting acclimated to what we need to do in order to get this nation. I tell people, stop asking for reparations. Do your research. Just El Malik Shabazz said, World Court. That's 1960s. You mean it took us this long to figure out how to get balance on this land? You got to get balance on. You ever been somewhere and it's turbulent and you're moving all around and you're like, well, I got balance. I got balance. Your earth, your foundation, your very bedrock, your territory is under
And at this point, I don't even think it's about balance. I think it's about focus. You know, like staying focused on what it is that we know that needs to be done. Our healing, you know, our families, our investigation. Perfect word. Okay, one of my favorite words these days, right? And on our investigations, because you may not find balance, right? And in trying to find balance, you get distracted because that's what we've all been looking for so long now. I think if we stay focused on what the task is, we would have greater outcomes. Does that make sense?
the task, I say, is the triplets.
Triplets.
The triplets. The triplets. Mother as triplets. One, restoration. Restore the mother. Restore the matriarch principle back to this land. Two, repair the land. Repair the collapsed nation that this was. Three, take this to the family of nations, which existed, which one would call the United Nations or the World Court. Take this there for genocide of the people of the land, political prisoners, destroying generations of people. That's the triplets. Reparations, repair me. You're going to give me a paycheck. I went to Washington, D.C., and people were out there. There's, I don't know, a couple hundred people or less, and they were talking about, you know, you got all these Negro black leaders up there talking about, you know, give me a paycheck, give me a paycheck, paycheck, paycheck. Give you a paycheck. The thief is still in your house.
And your whole
Opening the refrigerator, giving you the food from your refrigerator.
Right, selling you back water from your water source.
Locking the bank up where my paycheck that you done gave me, my paycheck locked up in the bank. I can't get it because the teller ain't working. And so now you're still. So when you talk about repairing and healing, be real.
Right.
You have to call it for what it is. Exactly. Our nation, our people are wounded. And they're wounded because we're in colonization. If you don't understand that we're in colonization, stay asleep. Stay uncomfortable. Stay not. Stay like the person with the elephant in the room blowing wind, getting gassed and knocked down and go to sleep. Wake up, elephant farts again, going to sleep. I'm waking up, and do that. Because that's what's going to happen. It's going to be a vicious cycle where you're kind of coming up. You're like, I'm trying to raise up. The ancestors are trying to tell me something. And it's like, going back to sleep. It's like, do that. But it's a lot of us that have woke and we're conscious to at least, maybe not the whole remedy, but we're clear on give us what we need to restore ourselves, our dignity, our nationalism, heal us in this way so that we can begin to heal the minds of the people. This is real time. This is not anything that's too far off. And we still can get our downloads from what divinity tells us is good moves and not moves. Or we can get together again and we can sit in nature, in the quietness of nature, and we can hear each other breathing. We can sense each other. Help me create an environment where I can get more close to the sisters. Once we start to understand, oh, okay, we see what they did, but guess what? We're healing the land now. We're coming together now. We're standing up as matriarch now. Empress Railbird said, I'm here to do what I do, but she's here to do the law, to do the government. Even she spoke. She knows her role. We all have roles to play.
We do.
We all have positions. We all have roles. Know your role, but know that we can be unified as women.
Mhm.
We can be unified as the matriarch. We don't have to fight. We have the ability to get along when it comes down to raising a fallen nation. We just have to know that it can't be, too far in the clouds somewhere. It's got to be a combination of our physical world situation and our divinity. It has to be both. It cannot be just, somewhere ancestors over there, ancestors over there. It cannot be that.
Yeah,
Because to acknowledge your ancestors, you got to know who they were.
right.
To acknowledge your ancestors, you got to know what their practice was. What they do? Smoke ganji, smoke hashish, or whatever that stuff is, or harwasa. What do they do? What do they do? I want to get to my ancestors. What did they do? What did we do? Do we wear white on Mondays, Moon Day? Do we wear yellow on Sunday? Do we wear purple on Wednesday? Do we wear green on Friday? Did our ancestors have symbolisms? Did they have colors? Did they have all? Do they have hand mudras? Because that's still part of a culture that happens to be indigenous culture. The hand mudras, the mudras.
Mm-hmm.
Is that what we're supposed to be doing? What do? We need to get connected to the indigenous side of
Our
ourselves.
practices, yeah.
So
Mhm.
it got to be both. It can't be some people, and I fit the leadership. Some people don't want to fight; they just want to be at peace. But somebody needs to step up. We need the women to step up in their roles, and the men will be there as protectors and nurturers and followers. And yes, some of our men are still clocked in the head. They're still clocked in the head from a patriarch society. But our patience and our love and our endurance and us coming together ourselves will help heal the land, the family, the people.
Yes. Ashe. Ashe. I agree. It's a combination of the physical and the spiritual. We
Yes.
definitely especially for those of us that know we're responsible for feeding. It takes a village to raise a child. We're all children, really. You know. Um, but yeah, I agree. Once you can like really bring things into perspective in the here and now, on all levels in the here and now, because we're dealing with it. I don't care if you're not a voter or if you don't partake in certain things, you're affected by it, and it's important to know what your position is, what your role is, you know, literally where you fit into this. And then just like the sis said earlier, once you get into your role, then you have a whole bunch of people, around you that's on your path, that's underneath you, that's, on in all different areas around you that's going to shift into their roles. There's no choice. It's a shift that happens. And we have to make those shifts happen. And sometimes we can't wait on nobody to do that. Right. We gotta mature into being more self-sufficient and going and finding these things ourselves, right? Not waiting for mama, brother, our man, or our husbands to do that stuff for us, or even the colonizers, to give us anything. Because then you look at what happened. This is what we've been doing, you know. oh, well, they need to give us. They're always trying to figure out who's going to do it for us, right? We have to stand our post, and we're responsible for figuring out how we're going to do that. How we're going to put ourselves in a space to where we feel protected and we feel safe to do that, right? So,
That's what
you
government's
know,
supposed to do.
mhm,
Governments are supposed to protect the nationals. Governments are supposed to help supply the needs of the people. Governments are supposed to, and we are without a government. We are without our government on the land. I am not a US citizen. I am not. I am a national. I'm an indigenous national attached to the land. And there's thousands of indigenous people that feel the same way, that we want to move forward in a political, legitimate capacity without bloodshed. And because we have the right of self determination in order to do this, we're not delusional. We're
right.
not sovereign citizens. We are speaking because we know per fact that this land is Morocco and that you told my people they came from Africa on ships. And that story ain't exactly accurate. And the documentation that's in the archives ain't even coming to the number of people on this land. So, House Resolution 0689, House Resolution 1230123. Those resolutions were given in 2013, 2011. And those resolutions were from different mayors around what you know as Morocco, America. And those resolutions state that the Moorish people are the descendants of the Moabites, the Canaanites, the Hittites. Then it goes further down and said everybody in North, South, Central America are bloodline to the Canaanites, Hittites, and Moabites.
Okay.
And it goes down to the very last bottom, signed by the various mayors. And they ain't telling nobody, and they ain't going on YouTube. They ain't putting this on their television because they don't want you to know. They want the Negro, black, colored, African American, Indian. They want you to stay asleep. But I won't tell you that the mayors already signed that indigenous people have a right to wake up. So while we trying to figure our lives out, somebody's been screaming on the bullhorn for years now. But I tell you that the Moorish people were emancipated from slavery in 1865. The Moorish people. So when we talk about healing the land, we have to start from the freaking soil underneath our feet so that we can now control things, so we can communicate to our people, protect our people, let them know who they are, but let them know who we are too. This is not something that's far out of reach and will happen in the next 50 years. Excuse me. There's a lot of us that have been putting energy into the change that you're seeing, the wave of change. And some people will say, well, that Morbitus is not doing it the right way, or that Moore is not doing it that right way, and that person's not doing it right way. Let me tell you, everybody is doing their activity and they're making this wave, this energetic ripple for what we're seeing today. We're seeing today from the energies that were put out from those people, and they probably 6 feet under, that were standing on truth to protect the land, to wake the people up, to help make a brighter future for the people that are still breathing. And we do that by claiming our identity, our mother, our motherland, our ancestral land. This is how we do it. This is how we begin it. There's a group of people that are moving forward, dealing with the Shem Malachi Bay plan, also known as the plan. There is a plan. The plan is to wake the different people up in different territories and have the leaders start to do what they need to do. Wake the people up, get the consent of the people, put you on notice that they told us a long time ago that you're Moors. They told us in 2011. Noble Drew Ali put it out in 1913 that you're Moroccans over here on this part. You're in the North Gate. People knew this knowledge. They hid it from us. We could have been on our way to healing had people not been perpetuating a lie. So that's the stability I'm speaking about. That's the the getting some kind of equilibrium. It starts at where you're standing at. Where you're standing at is unstable. It's unstable because we keep going along with their program of who we are, and we are abandoning our estate. We're abandoning our motherland. We have to start. I'm as spiritual as it comes. I've been in 13 religions. 13, well, 13 religions. Buddhism, Hinduism, Catholicism. I've been all in the esoteric. Christianity. I've been all up in that, just to find out that the King James Version of the Bible was taken from the 1599 Geneva Bible. And they took the word more out of the Bible. They took the word Moors out. Why would you take Moors out? Because you're covering up our history from a global perspective. So I can be as spiritual as I want to be. I know that nationality is the order of the day. And we were given wisdom from a seer. That seer was Noble Drew Ali. And he says you have to wake the woman up to take her place. You have to wake people up to take their place amongst the affairs. So that's the challenge, is to get people into knowledge so that they can wake each other up, so that we can start trying to vote, identify the leadership, do body politics, which are regional governments. And then when the call is going to be to sign the confederation, the group of us will sign the Liberty Treaty to challenge the present government that's sitting on our land, so that we can start governing ourselves, so that we can start getting our house in order. So this is a temporary government that we've been on the road about 4 years or better with establishing people's concepts and getting people knowledgeable so that they understand what's been going on. Again, not everybody's going to be on board. Not everybody will know this information. We can prove it. We don't have to say trust it. We can prove that what has been going on has changed the course of time for us. What ancestor, since you took our religion? They don't even tell the truth that they got that from the 101 negative confessions or something out of Kemet, old Kush. So we have a colonizer that goes around the world colonizing, taking history, and mixing it up. You won't know who you are. We lucky. Some parts of the word has already gotten out that you Moors, you need to stand up and claim your nationality so that you can start making a change in your land. So, Islam, thank you for letting me share. I wasn't expecting to share it as much, but I thought I was just going to be in the listening mode. But again, I'm just, I'm right in the middle of it. It's like I work in surgery, I mentioned to you, but I also used to work, at the same time I worked in surgery, I worked as an organ donor. I worked for the New York Organ Donor Network, where it was a very unusual position to be in. In surgery, we'd be saving the life. But at nighttime, I'd be going to the morgue, helping to move the body to the OR to recycle certain body parts so that the living people can stay living when they have crises and stuff. They need donor parts. So it's a very unusual situation because in my mind, I just felt like more connected to divinity than ever. The energy of the dead, you feel it. It's the absent. The energy of life, you feel it. It's invigorating. So it was a very unusual position to be in, being able to realize it all. Not that I realize it all, but I can say that I have a bird's eye view of a lot of what's going on. And I don't want to be blinded with being in somebody else's religion. I don't want to be blinded with, you know, talk. I don't want to be blinded. I want to be able to have change, see the change, be able to feel good because my senses in this world is going to be telling me what's good, telling me what's right. I'm going to be able to go according to the feeling, but I'm going to be able to know that I know.
Right.
And what I know is we're in colonialization. And what I know is the mothers have to step up. And I know that the mothers have to come out of those artificial wombs, getting fed that, getting into groups like this so that we can talk and share the energies and see how to make the change on the land.
Find out who your grandmothers were, who your grandfathers were, what they did, what land, where in this land they occupied. Get as much, talk to the matriarchs in your family. You know, this is where it is. This is where it's at. Like Sister Picola said, I'm not interested in these other religions. And to be honest with you, if you want your family to help out too, you want to know that, because that's not anything that resonates. Like when we start changing and, you know, getting into other things and we see that, you know, we start being more isolated in our families and stuff. Yeah, we chosen ones. We know that comes with it. But at the same time, our family, this is our blood, you know. So literally one of the only things that I've done in my family, where my family was just all in with it, was my genealogy. That's where the unity came in at. Yeah. Because collectively we know something and we share something. Yeah. And we're all curious about where this is gonna go. You understand? So find out, you know, get the names, you know, get what did they do? You know, find to see if you can find any birth records, military records, you know, hospital records, you know, go as far as you can go to figure out who you are so that you can become more and more empowered so that other things can come in. Now this is when you're getting the divine downloads because you're in the right space. Because the ancestors that want you to have these things, they're like, yeah, you know what I mean? They're going to drop divine knowledge on you. You know, so most of us know and have heard, oh, we're from the Carolinas, from Mississippi. How many of us have heard, yeah, you from Nigeria? Unless you're like, you know, a few generations, but we haven't. So do that research because it's right there. We all know that it's right there. We've heard the stories. You know, that's as far as we could go back, but it goes further than that. It's just that it's a lost piece of our information and of who we are that is very findable. And actually it's in our face.
Yeah, they've got a lot of our history covered up. I've been doing genealogy officially since 1983. I've traced back a lot. I've gone into South Carolina and Chester, South Carolina, to the archive and was in there. And it was what appeared to be attorneys in there. And they were looking at me, looking at them. But what they're doing is they're in there getting abandoned lands, doing what they do. Our people don't even know anything about what I know for me, I got some traces because my great grandfather owned almost a good portion of a town. And this was not too many years back. You know, bought property for $1,800, gold in 1905. Not too many years back from so-called emancipation, slavery, whatever. You know, they lied about a lot of stuff. So they have a lot of our history hidden. What they have hidden is the Moroccan Empire was a global empire, and that we are over on this side was governing ourselves, and something happened. So we know that we are up under occupation. We know that they have our history. Chief Jan S.A., I was following her for about a good year. until she started being, derogatory toward Moors, with her PhD, not knowing to do a little bit more research with her PhD.
And that's it right there.
She, yeah, piles of higher doo doo. So what she ended up doing is, she was steering people. It was one of the Moors that actually, through some of the studies, it was the Moor that brought to my attention what she was actually doing. She was guiding people to, it's a government site. I forgot what it is. Bureau of Land Management. She was guiding
Yeah.
people to the Bureau of Land Management, going through these different steps. Once you get into land management, plug your ancestral last name in. Next thing you know, it comes up, and there's so many properties, and you click on one, and then you might get lucky and find that the certificate says land deed, government of the United States of America, with the signature of one of those presidents on it. So she was guiding people in that direction, and people were like, "Hey, this is my land," and then it would read, "Given to Corporal blah 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 by the United States of America, blah blah blah, 100 acres, blah 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 blah." So she was guiding people in that direction. But let me tell you, one of the Moors that was studied, he said, first of all, the average person don't understand that the United States of America, that group, I can't see you. I hope you can see me. I can't see you. That group called the United States of America, those were British subjects, belligerent British subjects that did not want to pay taxes over there, wanted their sovereignty, did a what do you call it, a Declaration of Independence, fought the American Revolution because the British were coming, turns around, they had our ancestors, so-called Indians, fighting in the war with them, and then part of the payoff, they were giving you your own land. That's the reason why certificates of land granting, corporal, blah, 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 was always some war associated with that land document. And it was always signed by President of the United States of America. Number one, Morocco was still in operation. Number two, Google the letter from George Washington to Mohammed ibn Abdullah. Google the letter from George Washington to Mohammed ibn Abdullah. City of New York. City of New York, 1789. They had us helping them fight in the war against their parents, which was Britain. Britain had already colonized the 13 colonies and had Europeans working on that in the colonies, and they didn't want to follow script. They fell out with their parents. In the meantime, they fought the war. They made an agreement with their parents, Britain. United States descendants are up under, my thing keeps popping up. The descendants of the early colonists are British subjects, and the only reason they're occupying the way they're occupying is because of the Paris Peace Treaty right now that gives them authorization by Britain, not because they won a war. No, you got a treaty by your parents. The United States of America has a treaty with the Paris Peace Agreement with Great Britain and the rest of them clowns to stay on the 13 territories which were colonized from our ancestors, the Moroccans. So what was happening with the rest of the country? We weren't up under colonization. So when we did get up under, these wars were happening, they merely was paying off the land, paying off the people that participated, our ancestors, Seminoles and the rest of the other titles, paying them with the land of their ancestors, our ancestors, giving you a certificate, United States of America, and the president. Well, first of all, it ain't your land to begin with. What you doing, giving me my land back? That's what Chief Janice and them were doing. They were pointing you to go find your name on the land borough, and that is their government. Their government is keeping a track of all the land that they took, that they gave back to some of the people that chose to fight in those wars, and I give it to you, and you found it today, and you think that that's your ancestor land. No, that's war booty. That's war booty. They're occupying your land. They're giving you your land back and making you think that that's my Indians. Indians. You're not Indians. This British title. There's a map from the 1540s, and that 1540s, that map is called, the map is from Coronado. That was one of the explorers. The Coronado map, 1540s or 1530s, or whatever. On that map is when the Spaniards had conquered Florida the Spaniards have conquered from Washington State along the West Coast. And they ended up making, this is probably 1500s now, but they made a big map. When you conquer something, you make and draw boundaries and you claim it. They have a map right now, and it says across the top of this country, Morocco, it was Morocco then when they conquered it. They have written on that map, India Superior. So right now you will find a map that calls all of America India. This is history. This is what we found. So there is a lot of confusion. So when we speak about, what we can find in the archives, some stuff is really hit and miss, because we know, at least what I found is that I found a European, because I also did Ancestry.com, FamilySearch.com, and I was going through three search engines doing the research, and just to find out that, oh, y'all falsified, because here it is. I got an ancestor that I found him on the Census Bureau. Census Bureau. So I can identify him on where he was born, and I turn around and say, oh, wait, how did you marry him and you're European? You married him in the 1800s. Wait a second, that don't seem possible. Oh, what do you mean? Slavery was 1865. I just found a document that says 1835. Do not be associated with anything that's Afrique. Not African, not 1835. I got a document that says it. I'm like saying, these people got our history all messed up. We got somewhat of who we are. Slaves, we didn't have that going on in this country in all parts. Absolutely not. So that's what I mean, is that we can find our ancestors all we want to, but you better, squint your eye a little bit, like, because they gone and changed the archives, and those archives is what we don't see, that are hidden. They want us to find Indian. They want us to keep going with the Indian, the little Indian that could. They want us to keep Indian it. There's a document right now. That document, and I wish I could find it. As a matter of fact, I can find it in my phone. I don't know if I sent it in. But this document is from the Peabody Museum. The Peabody Museum is about 14 miles from me. I had the document for a couple of years. But I went to the Peabody Museum and I showed them a copy of the document. And it is from the Peabody Museum, 1888. 1888. And it says the word Indian was used and replaced by the word, the article was about Montezuma, a Moorish king. Montezuma is in South America. Montezuma, a Moorish king. The article was written in 1888, and it states, the research that the curator of the museum did, Peabody Museum, Harvard Peabody Museum at that, she found that in 15 something, the word, Montezuma was a Moorish king who had a headdress. What they did is her research showed later that in late 1600s, the word Indian was inserted in place of the word Moorish. So instead of Montezuma being a Moorish king with the headdress, it turned out Montezuma an Indian with an apron. They even changed the headdress. So that's the knowledge that people don't know, is that when we attach ourselves to Indian and all these other terms, don't do it. Your ancestors could have been, your great 2-3 generations could have said that we're Indians, we're Indians. No, because they were up under colonization then, and then. Then,
And
then, and
and when you think about what they consider India today, you really think about it, that's an Asian. So even if you wanted to stick to that story, that ain't here. Even if you wanted to be attached to that title, that word, it's still not here.
it's they're colonizing the land, and they've done it around the world because they colonized over there. The British colonized Hindustan, in which those people were known as Hindustani, but they called them Indian. But they call them Indian. So they colonized over there and call a misnomer them. They colonized it. Dravidians or Hindustanis, right? Those were the indigenous, more of the indigenous people that were the Dravidians, the darker race. You can find that there's a court case, and just going to showing you that people are serious. You can't go anywhere and call somebody a name. They're gonna be like checking you, like not black. Ask somebody from a Kabbalah, aka Africa. Ask them, are you black? They already know. I'm Togo. I'm Togoan. I'm whatever. They're gonna tell you their nation because it's a proud.
They're gonna say I'm Italian American. Sometimes they're like, I'm not white. I'm Italian American.
Right. Yeah, but they still putting their nation first, and their nation is their mother, and your mother is Italian, Italy. So they still. My point is, but most definitely, people have pride in their nation, in their. It is a part of national identity. It is to identify you as a person. So if we want to say I can be identified by spirit, spirit is ambiguous. Let's break it down. Who are your ancestors? What land they come from?
Right.
What was their practice of worship? It's still going to go right back down to nationality. It's still going to go right back down to your land. And that's what this whole discussion is really about, in which we probably need it. We probably need to come together at another time. But the point is that nationality is the order of the day, and it can help stabilize things, many problems, but we can have some solution if we can agree to start at least describing and understanding that they lied to us about our nationality, and that it's a beginning. And yes, there is a plan. There is something that we can do, but we cannot do it by ourselves. Even if you're not a leader, you may have influence to share the knowledge with people, so that when someone says, "Hey, are you in support of rising up a temporary government?" Never mind all the other stuff. We know that to have a government is to have money. Well, guess what? They paid China, the Chinese, when they made them slaves and worked the railroad, didn't they? They paid Japan when they took and bombed Hiroshima and Nagasaki, didn't they? They paid Germany. Somebody paid Germany for when they destroyed that nation. So our people are too far ahead of how we gonna survive. How don't worry about that. If you don't know how to get in it from a leadership perspective, this is that point of trust and believe. You have to just trust and believe that we're trying to erect a viable government according to the law of nations. The laws that are on the book is that if a nation has been collapsed due to subjugation and colonization, that nation has ability to rise up. But the matriarch in this land of Morocco must rise up to help the brothers and to help ourselves restore the nation. I just shared with you that the Iroquois Confederation states that the women were in charge. We don't have to be lost in the sauce. We can come together one day and do politics. The next day we can come together and do our meditation. You know,
So it's
where
like you're about to start a study group or some type of space, you know, where everybody meeting up.
Sister, are you putting yourself out there like that? I really appreciate it.
What day, what time?
Brother ain't gonna let us ride his platform for too much longer, but but we certainly can create a platform for, you know, this platform, believe it or not, it was the beginning because I began one of the studies, or at least one of the discussions. The brother was kind enough to let me. It actually was a doula-based timeline, but they wanted to get the matriarch involved, and so they made space. They made space so we can, you know, find out when our next time to meet here, and then we also can create. I do have Zoom. I have a Zoom link myself to be able to create something in the future, but we certainly need to uh, get some knowledge to the matriarch so that we can intelligently talk about what's really going on. Again, I am 100% in the support of divinity, of spirit, of moral conduct, of love, of harmony. I absolutely am. But my wise mind, my witch mind, is telling me that we are at a loss if we do not understand the geopolitical environment in which we're living in order to restore things back to harmony, some form of harmony.
See how Capricorn full moon is restructuring us, allowing us to let go of just old things that have been long overdue, old wounds. That's what Capricorn says, right?
Yeah.
So that we can step into a space to restructure our minds, you know, our bodies, you know, our spiritual norms. Everything, everything is always connected. And that's
And we
how
don't,
we know that we in the right time. We're talking about the right things. We're building, you know,
mm,
in righteous alignment because it aligns with our practices. You know, we look towards the stars. We study time.
time.
Astrology is the study of time. So we're in alignment with that right now. So this is a beautiful full moon.
I want to see it. I want to step out to the moon. I've always been a moon gazer. Ever since I was a child, I used to see the moon like, wow, what energy. I used to by myself. I'm just like, wow, just admiring it, not understanding anything, but just marvelous, just marvelous looking at it when it's full, marvelous when it's a crescent moon, marvelous when it's a they call it a Geb moon, which was the other day, just marvelous. So now we can start back when you talk about getting into practices. We can get back into like the brother's book here. Boy, this matter of fact, we could actually start. I can actually start one of the very basic, and we don't have to stay long. We can actually just maybe do, agree to do an hour. I don't know why this little thing keeps popping up. We can agree to do an hour, but we can actually come from two books. We can come from How Her Venus and Moon Rule. This is about us. It's about us and the wisdom of the constellations. It is about numerology in some aspects. It's about fertility. It's about what they covered up, our
Cycles and so-called holy days.
holy days. We can start by going through this book, and we've got a lot of sources here. We certainly can start with this smaller book, and we can also start with the book, the Sibyls. I don't know where my book went to. It's been here. It's been here almost the whole night, and all of a sudden it evades me. I don't understand. what? Okay, I found it. This one. So
Now,
we
does the brother sell that book on Amazon? Can you tell people where to get that book from?
I think you have to go to etymology. I'm sorry. You have to go to. It has it on the back of the book. Um, one moment.
You got to make sure it's still in print.
He has. You have to go to Moors and Masonry, moorsandmasonry.org. Moors Moors. He's got on the back of the book here. I know you can't really possibly see it, but it's Moors and Masonry, moorsandmasonry.org, and there's a telephone number also for online. I think he does online orders or something like that.
Okay, okay. You got to make sure it's
Well,
in.
as we're sharing, yeah, moorsandmasonry.org. I mean, I carry all the books with me. I don't not have the books because Moors and Masonry. Moors and Masonry is the book, the first book, number one, and then you got Moors and Masonry two, and then those are the series. But then this is the actual one that's dedicated to
Can
the
you
women.
make sure that the site is up and going, that the book is on there
I
for the people?
can, yeah, I can. Let me see if I can. I don't know. Can I type? I can't really type. Oh, I can type. You know what? Let me see if I can put it in the chat. Thank you so much for your sharing the message. It was a blessing to meet you. All gotta get the kids to bed. That's what mamas do. But I am curious on how to know if you are tapping into an ancestor or a demon, like one of the sisters mentioned earlier. Oh, Emiola. You know, I would tell you that we deal in, we have
Uh-uh.
flesh and blood, but powers and principalities and wickedness in high places. So we have a lot of stuff that we've learned through religious texts. And in Islam, they tell you that the biggest devil that you see is right in the mirror. So we put the responsibility back on ourselves and our own conduct. Not that there's not energies present and around us. I'm grounded enough in life to know that I personally, I've had metaphysical experiences, as I shared with you. Um, I've also, um, I've also seen what is not in human form. Also, when I was younger. So yes, it's not that I don't believe in the Anunnakis or I don't believe in the reptilians or I don't believe in any of those other extraterrestrials that may be in the inner earth. Of course, I'm connected and know about the stories of them or the stories of Enlil and Enki and Mardu and all of that. Of course, I'm connected and know that. I read that, heard that,
Yeah,
but I
and
control me. But I control me.
yeah, and like we said earlier, being in your authentic self, right? First, you want to really, first and foremost, you want to get your head right, right? You want to eliminate the things in your life that is going against your nature,
Mm-hmm.
right? Because it's going to alter your communication,
Mm-hmm.
right? So, like, step one, get your head right, you know, um, your spiritual hygiene, right? So, I'm big on people doing spiritual cleansing, right? Even if you got to do a sea salt bath, if you got some health issues, high blood pressure, whatever, do apple cider vinegar. Okay, start like that release process, right? So that you can connect to higher sources, so that the things that are like that might be attached to you, from anywhere. We go through spaces all day, every day, where things could attach to you, right? Removing some layers off. And starting to study so that you could align yourself with, again, higher knowledge. It irritates certain things, right? It irritates low vibrational things.
Yeah.
You know, the more you go higher, a little bit at a time. Start with some of the things you might be eating, right? We already know that a lot of the food that we have is poison, right? So start there. You know, start by I don't know where you are in your life, but if you are if you're in a place where you still eat McDonald's, get rid of the McDonald's, right? If you're at a place where you don't eat McDonald's and you know you do your turkey burgers, get rid of the turkey, little you know a little bit at a time, so that you can go higher. That's just something just practical, step by step, one step at a time.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
Makes
Uh,
sense.
so yeah, so Emil Diola, thank you so much for your shares. It is a blessing to meet you all. Gotta get the kids to bed, but I am curious on how to know if you are tapping into an ancestor or a demon, like one of the sisters mentioned earlier. So she wants to know that. Hopefully has access to this after the fact in the chat, perhaps. Um, so, sister, if you want to type something in, well, I mean, she has access to it. She should hear this information. But I was
Well,
going to say,
I'm right
I'm
here.
sorry, listening.
Sister Sarah, hey, she's still here. Okay, yeah. Um, I didn't catch that you were still on screen here. Diet makes a big difference in being uh, grounded. I do
Hmm.
fast. Personally, I've been doing fasts for a long time now, and then I'm actually behaving very stubbornly to not wanting to, to do the true fast that I was doing, but instead I've resorted to my watermelon smoothies, my kale, apple, other smoothies. I'm a vegetarian and have I tried. I think maybe a year and a half ago. I was just doing turkey, probably maybe once or twice a week, but I was just always veggies anyway. But I got very sick with purchasing food from a restaurant, and I was at work and was just deathly sick within almost like 30 minutes. So it was a severe form of food poisoning, and I'm from there. It just freaked me out, and I haven't had a piece of fried chicken, fish, none of that, because it just messed me up in the head that something could harm me from enterically, meaning I did it to myself eating something. And I didn't want to ever feel like I had no control of myself. So I just decided, okay, I got to watch what I'm doing. In fact, it's really funny. An item. I purchased an item a couple of weeks back, and this item is to clean your vegetables. It's actually a device. It's called Sonic Wash, and it helps to cavitate chemicals, bacterias, and fungus, and different stuff that's on the food. And so you can use this for your clothes, or you can use it to wash your veggies. And so some people use vinegar or salt, stuff like that. And I just ended up buying this and just said, okay, just because I'm a vegetarian doesn't mean that I can't eat an earthworm. You know what I mean? I mean, it has some worms or different stuff like that. So I do that. I do Soleil, which is a quart of warm sea salt water with
Himalayan, right?
maple soon. I do that. And so there's other things that I do just on a health kick. I do health and wellness. I used to be a licensed esthetician, so I used to get into the health and wellness thing. In fact, I just did 3 foot detoxes last week, and as I mentioned to you, I got burnt. Not burnt. I'm sorry. I got injured, this is really funny because this is the hand that got burnt several years ago, and so this is the scars and so forth. All of this is from, all of this is just from poison ivy, poison oak, whatever. But I knew that I had to go to work. And I said, oh my God, I only work 3 days a week. I will be missing thousands of dollars if I miss one day of work. I mean, 1 week of work. So I already knew I can't do it. I got too many responsibilities to miss work. So I started on a massive, just intuitively, like, okay, what I got to do? I got to go get aloe vera. I went and got aloe vera, grinded it up, make a salve on the ground. Oh, I got powdered aloe vera. Okay, I'm using that. I got powdered turmeric. I'm using that. I went to the store. I bought turmeric to drink and aloe vera to drink. I was like, okay, it needs to use something else. Oh, you know what? I got high frequency wand. So I started doing my high frequency wand to help heal the blisters on my skin. And then I was like, okay, you know what? What am I doing? I just remembered they told me that I could put my feet in sea salt water with this electroid, which I got my foot detox. But I was told you could submerge your whole body and put the electroid in the water to detox your whole body. And I was like, you know what? I'm gonna put my hand in there because they say you can do it. So I put my hand in the detox and had it in 30 minutes. And y'all would not believe all the dirt. We're talking about living stuff, bubbly stuff, chemtrails. You in the water coming through the pores of the hands, just like when the pores of the feet was in the water. So much was coming through. So I was doing everything I could do to expedite healing. And this is completely, almost completely healed, where at least I can go to work. Because if you would have saw me on Thursday night, I had open pus. I was a mess. I was like, oh my God, okay, divinity. So I just started saying, you're healed. You are healed. You're fine. Everything's fine. You're going to go to work? Fine. I was just centering myself, doing a mind talk, saying, you control your own body. You control your own system. Don't feel helpless. Don't feel the powers over there. No, the power is within you. You feel that I am that I am. You feel this healing. So I was like, okay, you got to do it. Whatever skills I got to do it. It's just me. So yeah, we have to control our
So,
healing.
so what are these electroids you speak of? Thank you, by the way.
The electrolytes. Well, this one is
Sounds like
this one.
electroids.
This one is for your food or your clothing. This is to help get
Oh,
rid.
like the sea salt to like soak to soak yourself, like
So
to
that
detox. I'm
right,
speaking of.
yeah, that one. This is the other one here.
I've never heard of that she just put up.
This
I
is
gotta get
when
the name of that machine. So
you
it takes, what does it take off your clothes?
you actually are opening the pores of the feet through stimulation of electricity. And the electricity stimulation, they say that this is equivalent to do, it's called a dialysis through the soles of the feet. So it is a way of opening up the pores. You electricity and the salt, it stimulates.
The first one that you said you put on your clothes.
That's a supersonic. That
Okay,
one. This one,
so
the super.
what does
This
it
one.
do?
This one. Okay. This gets plugged in.
Mm-hmm.
Called. hmm, This is called sonic soak. This is
Sonics.
this is the electrolyte that goes in the water, in the clothing. You can put detergent in the water or whatever. This is for. I forgot what the equivalent washes is, but this is powerful if it's equating itself to better wash your clothes in a washing machine because it's sending vibrational cavitational frequency through them.
Oh.
So this can work for vegetables, and this can work for cleaning your clothes.
So when
So,
you would clean your clothes, you would, like, if you put it in a wash machine, right? How
mhm,
would you
in a
use
bucket,
that
in a bucket.
in a
You can put
bucket?
you put it in a bucket. I don't know what the contraindication is for putting it in the bathtub because this is cavitational vibration. I just am putting it in plastic bucket, but I probably will look it up and see. But in the event you wanted to use it in a bigger capacity, you could probably submerge this in a bathtub.
Yeah.
But
Wow.
I didn't do that far. I just do it I just make for the bucket or whatever and do by hand, but it can be used that way. You can look it up too. But so
Yeah.
But I do it also for the vegetables. The reason actually bought it is I bought it for the vegetables. I bought it for the vegetables because I wanted to make sure that I didn't have a bunch of pesticides and different stuff on the veggies, and making sure the worms. Because, like, YouTube, they make things look crazy, but showing the strawberries, and next thing you know, it's like little white worms inside the strawberries, and you can't even see it. But you looking at the outside of strawberry, and it looks good, and you pop it in your mouth, and you don't even know you're ingesting their spores and their shells and different stuff that they will take and embed in your intestines or whatever and create some other nonsense. So I just was like, what? I'm gonna get rid of this. So that's why I got that. But this is the this is the first part. This is a timer of 30 minutes. This timer, you can safely do your foot detox 3 times a week because it is a small amount of electricity onto
Okay.
the human body. So they have up under the small medical device and small devices that are supposed to be used on humans, they all pretty much have the same regulation, the same precaution. So that's the timer. This is the electroid. This gets plugged into the it gets plugged into the machine, and you put a tablespoon of sea salt in the water. You put that in the water, the electricity, and the salt stimulates the foot to open towards the feet. There will be a little color in the water based upon the water source itself, because the water is clear. And when you start to put electricity to water, you're going to see some color. But also there's some shavings that may come off, but you can tell what's organic because it's oily. That's your lymph system. So your lymph system is connected to the pores of your feet, sweat glands, and so forth. And so that is what's pulling out of your system, and it's going to lower concentration. Water, salt water, is a low concentration, considering your blood is concentrated with impurities and different stuff. So I've been doing this maybe 20 years. I've been doing detox. So I use that. All of these are just health and wellness tools, in addition to diet.
I tried looking that up on Amazon just now, and I couldn't find it. I was like, oh God, you
Oh,
might have.
detox. Look up under foot detox. They're very cheap machines. They're about $100. The first one I bought was like $2,500 years ago, and that's because I wanted an office grade because I had a skincare business. But the cheaper version, and I bought at least three. I bought at least my brother, a friend. I bought at least two detox machines for somebody else and shipped it to them because they were into health and wellness. So they're really, really inexpensive, but they're called foot F, foot detox, detox, foot
And if you
detox.
can't find it on Amazon, sis, you can find it at a company called Health Med.
That's the same thing as the ionic detox,
It's
right?
the
No.
ionic foot detox.
Yes.
Yes. It's
That's
the
Yeah.
the
ionic foot detox. You can find it at Health Med. You can also find it at Amazon. But it's the ionic foot detox.
I've done that a
detox.
few times. It's cool. You'll see the brown coming out, and it's almost like it never stops. Like it's
Yeah,
always
it's
gonna come out.
in different
Like
colors. They have a
Well,
scale too.
what I like about Ionic Health, when you get it from the health med, they send you a card letting you know what the colors actually represent.
Right, they have
So, and this,
a chart.
right, if you see black spots, that's iron. If you see rust, red rust, that's coming from your kidney. So it actually tells you where the detoxification is coming from.
Gallbladders. And a lot of these
Hmm.
things are health and wellness tools, and they pharmacology, the big farmers, they would like you to believe that, well, Father knows best. We're the ones that's supposed to give you the knowledge. When a lot of these are natural things that, the other scientists found to be true. They're healthy, they're not damaging, they're not invasive for the body. It's what the being can do for self. You don't have to run to the doctor all the time with little things like maintenance. You're maintaining your body. You brush your teeth every single day, a couple of times. That's maintaining your body. Your body has to be maintained. But I can assure you that you probably don't live with that doctor who gives you that medical advice and that gives you his opinion. So that's when the intuition has to start coming and listening to the body to see, you know what, I don't feel good. You know what, let me see what I'm doing. What am I doing? Oh, dang, I just ate another piece of pie. What am I doing? Oh, I keep eating fish, knowing good and well that Fukushima hit a couple of years ago, but they still find fish and different stuff in Maine or high levels of the water waste that was contaminated from Fukushima. So the thing is that, oh, well, I'm gonna start eating salmon because I mean the salmon keeps coming up high in lead and whatever else is got in. So sometimes we can do for self if we think for self, and just also be encouraged. It's not a lot of times it may not be that easy. I know it because I fight with myself with my own PTSD. I fight with saying, nah, I don't want to do it. I'm good. I'll go another day. And it's like, no, take control. Take control of things that you've been giving the warning for.
But
And
also, you could
And
use orgone energy batteries. I don't know
yeah,
if you know. Orgone energy batteries is very good. Crystals is very highly. Um,
yes,
Sound vibrational therapy is
yeah,
good. If you know some, if you have a singing bowls, you could put the singing bowls in your bath. You could put them, and as a matter of fact, you can put the bowls on your body. You could put water inside
wow,
the bowls. You could
wow.
do the tuning forks, which are very, very, very good. So
You can do the
there,
eating system. This
right,
one,
you can do the Reiki, you can do healing touch, you can do quantum touch. There's all kind of
modalities. Yeah.
modalities and things that you could actually do to shift your energy.
you do crystal pads.
Hmm.
These
You know,
pads,
crystal grids.
this
Uh,
thousands and thousands
yeah,
of
they
crystals.
have actually
Yep,
black tourmaline. I can't think of the name. They're
tourmaline.
crystal
That's right.
black tourmaline and jade actually mats that you can lay on. Crystal amethyst mats
What these
that you
are
can actually lay your body on, and they start the healing process
and
for
grounding mat.
you. Yeah.
I bought a grounding mat a couple of weeks back, and I've been grounding. Like I literally walk barefooted here on the ground and sit next to the tree and all of that. But literally, I was like, oh my god! Sometimes I'm just too tired to go up the hill to sit on the tree stump. So what I saw is grounding sheets, and I saw the grounding pad. So I ordered the grounding pad, and I've been sleeping on the grounding pad. And I sleep inside of tachyon energy. I have a shield. I have what's called spooky. Spooky is two machines that they create the energy field, and you can keep the body in a healing environment. So I actually sleep inside of a machine, or in between a
Mm.
machine.
Is that like the oxygen machine?
No, this one,
No, it's
this
tachyon.
yeah,
It's like a dark black
solar energy.
substance, right? But I
Yeah.
actually have the rods, and I actually
You do.
sleep with the rods in my hand. But I also have the zinc and the copper rods. Also,
Oh wow.
they come in rods. You can buy them in a necklace. You can buy earrings. Or you can buy a plate like the Tesla purple plates are very
Yep.
good for that. Um,
Or this, all health and wellness talk now.
yes.
Oh, here's the
But
health
it's
and
also a part of the womb. You know, it helps heal the womb. I
wellness,
like Unc. I have
creating the
if
new
you buy his
water.
Orgon energy batteries,
Yeah.
especially the magnets, they are really exceptional. His massage magnets,
Mm.
whatever pain you got going on, and you use those massage magnets, you won't be in pain anymore. I have a Metatron ball that I just got from him. And normally I'm in bed by 8 o'clock, 8:30, melanated. I try to get and if I'm up by 11 or 12, but since I got my Metatron ball, I wake up at 3 o'clock in the dawning anyway, but I'm able to rest because As Dr. Delbert Blair says, never say that you're going to SLEEP. Let my mind stay awake while my body rests. So when
Mm,
my body is resting now, I rest till 3 o'clock,
mm,
and from 3 on, I'm doing my spiritual medicine and stuff like that. But his organ energy batteries, his magnetic medicine,
mm,
I use it over my food. Um, he told me to use the Metatron ball in my bath, so I'm gonna try that next. But if you can get his pieces, I would suggest that you get with him for your organ energy batteries. I don't know anybody that's making organ energy batteries on his vibration, on his frequency.
yeah. There's no pyramids make those?
Magnets, crystals, and pyramids. Yep. Hank Rising makes organ energy battery. He's the Nikola. He's beyond Nikola Tesla.
That's oh yes, that's that's there's somebody that's called Dr. Sandra Rose Michaels. I didn't see the website for the health myth. The eesystem.com. Dr. Sandra Rose Michaels, I met her a year and some months ago. And she created an advanced form of Tesla technology, and it deals with zero point energy, which is very similar to the tachyon energy, which is very similar to argon energy. It's considered a primordial energy of this planet from the outer planets, outer regions, and what having an effect on this planet, the argon energy. Um, so she created this device called the EE system, where you can go in a room and the EE system is running a sequence. It's running a Rife technology, the Raymond Royal Rife frequencies. It's running those. Is maybe running a cancer frequency or the headache frequency or the spiritual alignment frequency. But basically, this computer system is running it, and it's just a bunch of lights. It's a bunch of lights, but the energy frequencies in it, and they have them in different places around America, Morocco. They have it different places where people can go in, and it runs something like $30 an hour or something like that. But what it does is it stimulates the telomeres of the DNA. So the DNA, you know, stops at a certain time of growth, and it begins the declining of your life cycle. And ironically, um, I think Billy Carlson was talking about somebody saying, let's do this next full moon. I agree. Let's do this. um,
I said, let's do it next full moon. So y'all have it for the next full moon.
thank you.
The rise of the feminine principle,
We'll come together to
and the
get
biggest thing, push them to forgive their mamas, forgive their papas, forgive everybody.
that's the art of
Well,
healing.
healing can't take place until you forgive your mama. And if you
Oh,
can't forgive your mama, you can't reach the mothers.
saints.
That's the first point of healing. You can't have a relationship with anything until you have a relationship with your mama. And that's how the forgiveness starts.
And
How
listen,
can you reach the cosmic and the divine mama when you can't forgive your birth mother?
that's where the dirty Moors are the Moors that
Right.
haven't forgiven their mamas and their daddies. Those
Your
are the
birth
dirty
M,
Moors.
the birth M other, the divine feminine nine nine. That's the true healing because I don't need her. The forgiveness piece is no matter whether she speaks to you or not, no matter what she's done to you, the forgiveness is for you.
Are you
So
holding
you can
grudges?
rise to your true divine sacred self. And that's why a lot of us are in trauma because we can't forgive our mama. But you chose your birth parent. You chose those experiences to go through. You chose that womb to come in. So instead of being mad at your mama, be mad at yourself and ask yourself, why did I choose this before I came to this earth plane of consciousness? When we can forgive our mamas, the healing process for the divine feminine will truly transform and transmute us. Because the mamas are just waiting on us for us to remember. They already know who they are. We have to remember who we are.
Mhm. Mhm.
Forgive yourself. Do the healing from your umbilical cord to your mama's umbilical cord. Connect those cords. Run that energy through that cord. And true healing will take place. Bring her in front of you. If you write a letter, whatever you need to do. But that's where the healing starts. We are connected to our mothers through our umbilical cord. Our womb is a chakra within itself, and it sits at your belly button.
Mhm.
You could put
Yes.
holy basil, you could put frankincense and myrrh, you could put oil in your navel, and it will start the healing process. Do a castor oil pack to bring out those impurities. Our womb, sister, is the
Mm.
most powerful thing on this planet. Nothing is more powerful than our womb. She has a voice. She gives you her wisdom. She gives you conversation. And she is our connection to the mother. She's the cosmic mother. No one is more powerful than the sister, than the wombtress. We are all connected intuitively because of the womb. That's what makes us all connected. The
You know,
womb.
did studies in Europe that could tell when a woman is at peace with her and in harmony with her womb and her sacredness
Hmm.
by the walk.
Yes.
So the women who are mad at their mamas, it's in their walk.
Yes.
And the same thing
This
for men.
and the swing of your hips. All that. How you feel about yourself. All that's in your womb.
Mm.
If when you heal yourself, when you see yourself as sacred and divine, along with being a national, all of this, the physical, the spiritual, the emotional, the mental, the etheric, it's harmony. We have to harmonize all of this. But we can do this. Only thing we gotta do is just know, be still. There comes a time when we have to be still. We have to turn everything off and shut down to everybody. If I'm sacred and I'm divine, everything that comes to me comes because I'm sacred and I'm divine. Now I can see it as good, bad, or indifferent. How do I see it to be? How do I see life to be? I can participate in it, or I can transform it and I can transmute it. We have that power. I don't care what the government say. I don't care how the government say it. I don't I don't have to participate in that. Those your laws, you say that those laws work for who? You? I'ma work for my eye, for me. Because those same laws, the judge, that's our stuff. They got it from us. The magic they use is ours. We have to claim our stuff and say, no more. Right here, right now, is how it all starts. Collectively. Collectively calling on the mamas. If you call them, oh, they will come.
Calling our mothers.
Yes, they
All
will come. But we first have to start with our birth mother. Their Mama T shared this. I cannot think of it, but it's by Dr. Malachi York. He channeled U9, the Sun Woman, and he takes it all the way back to the birth mother. I can't remember, but I'll send it to Hank so he can share it. But if we listen to that, and if we truly start listening to who we are, because our wombs are telling us who we are. She's saying, I'm here for you. We got the power. We got the power. This land is ours. It has always been feminine. That will never change. Mother Earth has always been our mama. That will never change. But can we bring the earth? Can we bring the water? Can we bring the air and the fire and the ether in us? It's inside of us. So if you serve a deity that does not out is not a force of nature, you need to go and look at that deity that you serving. We are forces of nature. We have an element inside of us, not the one that's your zodiac. We have an element. Some of us have more than one. Some of us have the earth. Some of us have the water. Some of us have the fire. And some of us have the air. But we all carry an element. But as sistering, we all come through the water. Water, for us, is the currency in the flow. Let's not forget who we are. Let's not forget the power that we have. I don't care what they say and how they say it to me. Mm-mm. That's why they don't want us to come together as sistering, as Boomtress says. That's why they keep us separated, fighting each other. Because they know if we come together, there's nothing they could do. Their world would crumble. That's why they try to keep us oppressed and suppressed.
Okay, night night, y'all.
Night night.
peace,
Wholeness.
Thank
every
you, Sister Pacola. Thank you,
you,
Sister
everyone.
Peru. Thank you, Mama Ojeyemi. Thank you, Mama Tanya. Thank you, Emilola.
Thank
Thank
you.
you, Khadija. Thank
Next
you
time.
to you, the listening audience.
Yes.
Thank you for this until the next full moon,
For the next one.
the
Wholeness.
next big mama full moon. I don't know what we're gonna call this,
Hey.
but we'll figure out something.
Make a
Amen.
plan.
Peace and love.
Peace and
Wholeness.
love.
Mhm.
Thank you, everyone.